Hey, yo, lesson here, babe. You come at the king, you best not miss.
They shouldn't have given you ashy blokes YouTube.
Cursed be the ground, for our sake. Both thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for us. For out of the ground we were taken, for the dust we are. And to the dust we shall return.
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
All right, good people. This is it's a random open session. Art's not on tonight, and I want to give this channel, because I actually did it on my other channel, a chance at open session, maybe a couple hours or so. It's not going to be a 5-hour session, man, unless Dr. Marifa decides to show up late or something like that. That's the only way it's going to go past that. So maybe a couple hours, and so you guys can kind of get what's on your chest off, okay, real quick. Got hey, wait, this is for this one's for AB.
I knew you come back.
I trust you didn't lose sleep over it.
Worrying about you be like wondering if the sun gonna come up. Ain't about to wild out over it.
That's for instant media. Mel L, what's going on? Jermaine reporting for duty. I never saw it in the middle name. I hated growing up would be a meme and a call to arms. Yes, sir. Okay. Navone, what's going on? Hit the likes, folks. Prince, Encrypted Wolf, Spain Man, Smooth Gray. Where you been, man? You still in Atlanta? Are you doing good, man? Sometimes I worry about you. You doing good? Mr. J Matt, Tao, what's going on? The tech guy, what's going on, man? I'm still worried about, my Samsung One UI 7, right? Looks like GTA 6 don't come out before One UI 7. Spain Man, Enigma, Bernard, Detro, Tao. Yeah, I'm shocked. It's a hit or miss thing, man. Cornelius Hurst, what's going on? Lloyd, DB101, what's going on? Martin Muhammad, what's going on? If I promised you, if you're one of my, especially if you're one of my patrons, and I promised you a chart, please email me, okay? So I can get them all together, so I can get them all done at once, okay? Loved by few, hated by many. EAW, Luke Bryant, okay? That's all, okay? That's cool. It's a short list, okay? Which is cool. So I am going to do this. And you guys are welcome to come up. In the meantime, I think I got one to play. Let me see if I got one to play. I don't see any questions, so I got one to play that was sent to me by Adrian, okay, and Forbes, okay. So Forbes, it's a panel, congressional panel, whistleblower.
Senator Blumenthal, if you're ready, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. In order to operate in China, the Communist Party requires American companies to register with authorities and host servers inside the country. And I think it's pretty well known that Chinese law requires that security services are allowed access to any data hosted within the country. Did any of Facebook's security team or its engineers raise concerns to management about Americans' private information being exposed to Chinese spying?
Yes, Senator, they did.
How did they do that?
They documented their concern in a number of ways. They noted that this would happen, that the Chinese would get access to the data, and they also noted their concern in other discussions and other documentation, saying, my red line as a security engineer is to not be comfortable with this, but my red line is not Mark Zuckerberg's red line.
Maybe you can explain what you mean by that.
The
Money first.
engineer was saying that they were not comfortable with the way the China project was structured that would allow the Chinese Communist Party to potentially access American citizens' data. But in saying that, they noted that, that's a red line for me as a security engineer. That's not Mark Zuckerberg's red line.
Did you sense he had any red line?
I did not.
If you did, you don't know what it was.
I don't.
If you have more information
Money.
related to these crime risks, would you be willing to share it with the committee?
I would, Senator.
I got money.
And Mark Zuckerberg,
And in other news, rain is wet.
was knowledgeable about the planning, and you know whether he was knowledgeable about the risks as well.
Yep.
My understanding is that the risk is the hardest part of the plan. So it's unthinkable that he was not aware of the risk.
Nothing happened here without his approval and knowledge.
This was a project unlike any other project I worked on during my time at Meta, in that it was so centrally led by Mark Zuckerberg, and he was so personally invested in this project. He learnt Mandarin. He traveled to China more than any other country. He had weekly Mandarin sessions with employees. It's hard to overstate how different this project was to any other project I experienced in my many years at the company.
So there would be no credibility to his denying that he knew about the risks, he knew about the concerns raised by his engineers and his China team, and he was intimately involved in not only the planning and the engineering, but also in taking those risks.
Senator, he was traveling to Beijing.
In the documents submitted to the subcommittee, Facebook appears to have been willing to provide the data of users in Hong Kong to the Chinese government at a time when pro-democracy protesters were opposing Beijing's crackdown. Is that impression correct? And how did Facebook treat Taiwan or Hong Kong?
So that impression is correct. One of the more surprising things is that as part of the censorship tool that was developed, there were virality counters. So anytime a piece of content got over 10,000 views, that would automatically trigger it being reviewed by what they called the chief editor. And what was particularly surprising is that the virality counters were not just installed, but activated in Hong Kong and also in Taiwan.
Let me ask you, I raised in my remarks, and I know that a number of other colleagues did as well, the record of misrepresentation and deceit. One of our former colleagues, Senator Leahy, asked Mark Zuckerberg in 2018 whether Facebook would comply with Chinese censorship and surveillance demand. He even asked if Facebook had built censorship tools to enter the Chinese market, and Zuckerberg responded, I'm quoting, "Because Facebook has been blocked in China since 2009, we are not in a position to know exactly how the government would seek to apply its laws and regulations on content were we permitted to offer our service to Chinese users." Ms. Williams, was that accurate?
That is not accurate. Hundreds of decisions had been made. And by 2018, they'd been in dialogue directly with the Chinese Communist Party for 4 years.
The fact is, by 2018, Facebook built, it even turned on censorship and surveillance tools that it developed for Chinese security officials, correct?
It developed, and those Chinese Communist Party officials tested the censorship tool and would give feedback and say, this needs to change, or we need this, or we need confidence that you can capture images and filter images we don't want seen.
We talk a lot about 1984. Facebook developed a virility counter tool that directed any posts of over 10,000 views to be reviewed by an Orwellian named, quote unquote, chief editor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was the chief editor's geographic reach limited to mainland China, or did they plan to cover other locations?
They plan to cover Hong Kong and Taiwan, is my understanding.
So their surveillance operation was directed at Taiwan
That's my understanding, Senator.
and Hong Kong?
That's my understanding.
Was the editor-in-chief's or the chief editor's power limited to reviewing viral posts?
Oh, no, it's extensive power. The chief editor would be able to turn off the entire service in specific regions, for example, Xinjiang, or would also be able to turn off or manage the service on significant anniversaries like the anniversary of Tiananmen Square.
So the chief editor, a creation of Facebook, was an Orwellian censor that applied to locations outside mainland China, to Taiwan and Hong Kong, to people not within the legal jurisdiction of China, but also obviously the Chinese themselves. And it was designed and implemented by Meta and Mark Zuckerberg.
Correct, Senator.
Even though its very existence was denied before this committee in 2018.
That's correct, Senator.
Silicon Valley companies are famous, as you know, for their moonshot programs, such as Google X. In recent years, Mark Zuckerberg spent billions of dollars on the metaverse and AI. He even named or renamed the company as part of a pivot to focus on that technology. Did Facebook engage in any moonshot efforts in China? And were these efforts walled off or protected from the Communist Party?
They did, Senator, and I'd be happy to follow up with the committee on this point.
You'd prefer to follow up privately. Just one last question. I'm interested in how much of a national champion Meta actually is for the United States. Did Facebook share information about its facial recognition, artificial intelligence models, and other sensitive technologies to Chinese security officials? In other words, did it share that significant technology regarding facial recognition and other surveillance methods?
Look, the greatest trick Mark Zuckerberg ever pulled was wrapping the American flag around himself and calling himself a patriot and saying he didn't offer services in China while he spent the last decade building an $18 billion business there.
And he wrapped the flag around himself even as he disclosed.
Greatest trick devil ever pulled, right? They listening.
Yep.
Anyway, I got about another minute.
Sensitive technologies that enabled the Chinese to gain the upper hand on surveilling its citizens, but also the upper hand in engaging with us.
And he continues to wrap the flag around himself as we move into the next era of artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
In other words, water is wet today. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, BGS, do you remember? This was months ago. This was like just before the election.
I probably don't, but go ahead.
Well, I don't remember exactly either. But like, there was somebody we were playing somebody. It was like I forget who it was, but he was talking about how they're all globalists and they actually don't have any allegiance to the United States of America.
Oh, that was what's his name? Trump's friend.
Yeah. Oh, what's his name? Bannon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Bannon. He said have no allegiance to the United States.
Yeah.
They're all global. Yeah, he doesn't care. Like $18 billion versus what is he getting paid?
Who else? The thing is, who else is globalist? Okay, you got to look at the other people like Biden, and they're all globalists, man.
Yeah.
They might have different allegiances, but they had no problem with Zuckerberg when he was basically spying and banning and censoring people in the United States, did they?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
They didn't.
No, they could have sent him to antitrust court. Same thing with Google. You think Google doesn't do it either? Come on, man.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Unless there's no Google in China. Everybody knows the game in China, right? That's their country, and you got to play by their rules if you want to be there.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. You gotta play ball with them.
And ball, just like you in the United States, they got to play by our rules. It is what it is. Are you going to be there? Or you're not going to be there. And so they're not the only ones. Boeing, Mercedes Benz, AMD, IBM, they all do the same shit. So stop. Okay.
Well, so he decided to play ball on a big scale, though. That the government's they're upset with it now.
The thing is, Trump. Now they could have pulled this at any time. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now this chick didn't just pop up just a couple of months ago. She's been there. How
Oh,
come they
no.
do it now?
Yeah.
And she's not the first one. So anyway,
Yeah, BGS, Letitia just learned the hard way. You come with the king, you best
that's
not miss.
oh, she knew, man. She knew, and I'm sure she said when that bullet missed, damn.
Yep. I bet when she saw him raise that head up, she's like, "Oh shit!"
Her and Gorilla Grip, damn.
I'd have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling ass kids.
If it wasn't for an angel sitting on his goddamn shoulder.
No, it wasn't for you meddling ass dusty Negroes.
There probably was a dusty angel on his shoulder too.
Dusty.
Hey, he probably said, "Hey, Trump, over here." Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
It blew in the bullet. It made it miss.
You made it miss. Yeah.
Little puff of air. Just
what old boy said?
Right
It
on by.
came on your left.
On
Yes.
your left. Yeah. Oh yeah, on your left.
Angels in the outfield type. Shit.
I heard the U.S. has to stay on guard with China because of the number of cyber attacks. Man, they've been. Man, okay, in other words, water is wet. Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Russia, China, the Israelis. Okay, come on, y'all.
Yeah.
Guess what we do to them?
Oh,
Exactly. You think the NSA and other people don't do the same thing to them? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on. I would be disappointed if China and Russia didn't spy on us.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do it all the time.
It's like trying to. It's like if a girl invites you over to a crib and say we're not gonna do nothing. You gotta at least try.
You know how many Chinese engineers and shit they kicked out of the country for fucking spying over the past 25 years? Come on, man.
Too many.
Hundreds.
And guess what? Remember what's his name? Snowden?
Yep.
Yeah.
Snowden escaped with all the backdoor keys.
Mm.
Oh well.
Remember back in 2007 when they found out they were actually churning all our information into servers and storing it. NSA was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Snowden gave them all the backdoor keys. All your every Cisco router has a backdoor.
Yep.
To the NSA, and when Snowden bounced, he took the keys with him. So unless you can pull up all those routers and reprogram them, okay, from the BIOS up, the backdoor keys are there. They're not gonna pull on them routers up. So fuck it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, BGS, I went and looked at the comments you told me to look at, and I told you that's why I made that image because he was simping hard for Crockett on Sunday.
Yeah. And then, you know what? The thing is, okay, he said I'm sneak dissing him. I didn't bring it up. Okay. I didn't bring it up. And what we talked about them for like maybe 2 minutes at best. Out of a 4-hour program.
Did we even mention DC? I can't remember we even mentioned DC.
To
be honest with you,
we mentioned the podcast is because sent you the thing, right?
Dumbass Triple X was going over. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I try to listen to it, man. My head hurts.
It does hurt your head. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that that's the reason. If we don't have no ill will against them. But guess what? If you can't admit that you're wrong, okay. Can't admit you're wrong. I ain't got nothing to do with it. You said your information is average at best. I remember this last quote. I said, yeah. So if that's the case, that means what did I write? Okay. Your information is clueless at best. Then, if that's the case, there ain't no reason for insults.
Hey man,
they go out of their way, man. Say
don't punch back, BGS.
Yeah, hey BGS, pull this up.
Punching down.
No, yeah, you can't punch back at him.
Oh shit, yeah. Man, I'm too old, man.
They were slipping so hard. They inspired me to make this image.
Man, I remember that was it Boondocks when the grandpa took out the belt.
Yeah.
I would get an image, man.
You remember in Gran Torino? What's the name? Clint Eastwood, the gun. Get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn. Now we go. When Grandpa in the Boondocks, we took out the belt, started whipping the kids. Go ahead, man.
But here we go. Help! I'm a minstrel show with no damn sense. Don't save me. I don't want to be saved. Of course, here come DC, Mike V, and the rest of them, and Nagon, the old fool. Here I come to save the day. Don't worry, Jasmine, I'll save you.
You know, in fact, I'm gonna do that video. I'm gonna do that video later on, man. That recording about Jasmine Crockett being the Angel Reese of the Congress.
My gosh.
She's Angel Reese all day long.
Also, she can't play basketball, huh?
Well, you know, she's more mouth than ball player, and I say the same thing with Jasmine Crockett. She's more mouth than congressman.
The politician, yeah.
The politicians, yeah. I mean, politicians. You getting elected, that's all you have to be a politician. You don't have to actually do anything. So if she can get Ratchets in Dallas to vote for her, hey, she'll come back another 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And the irony is, I probably would never watch that stream if Mike V hadn't called me out.
Yeah, we wouldn't even think about it. Sentence was good as hell. It's definitely worth watching. Kudos to Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan. Well, they're a good team, so they very seldom make a bad product.
Yeah,
so.
Dr. T said the same thing. I was with him last night.
Yeah,
the Accountant 2 was also really good. So that was.
I like the first Accountant. I was wondering if they were going to make another one.
I'll tell you what was not good. And
I haven't seen Sinners yet, but
I'm gonna see it tomorrow.
It just came out. Yeah. You all right? But you sound like you're sleepy, man. You sound like you're sleepy, man. You all right?
No, I just woke up.
Oh, okay. All right. I knew it had to be something, man, because you're a little sharper than that. So, okay. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Everybody, hold on. Let me just real quick. Everybody that I heard talk about it is saying that it's really good. Even my movie critic friends, who are most of them are not black, so you know it's kind of different when you're talking about a black movie.
Okay,
but they one of them is very popular content creator. I'm not gonna put his name out there, but he said he said it's the best year so far.
Okay. Well, it's early. Okay, who put it out there? Maybe we send people to him. He's a content creator, right? You can put his name out there. I don't care.
Well, I know.
I'll tell you what was.
You put his link in. You put the link to his review.
I'll tell you what wasn't a good movie though, and I watched it with Dr. T last night. The G20. Oh, good lord.
He said it wasn't good. So.
Well, here's all that needs to be said about the G20. It stars Viola Davis.
Okay.
That one.
Another woman king thing.
No, it's even worse. Basically. It's even worse. Hold on, let me finish. Okay. It's even worse. She's the president.
She's been president before. Yeah.
No, but this
Air Force One on the ground.
The worst part, if you're trying to get me to believe that a 60-year-old woman is kicking the ass of terrorists. Come on, man.
Yeah, it was bad.
Come on.
Female empowerment, man.
Yeah.
Because Viola Davis can't weigh but about 115 pounds.
Yeah. The whole movie was an I'm independent fest.
It's about representation, gentlemen.
Okay. Yeah, whatever.
I'm representing them.
What do you call a black Mary Sue? What would you call her?
Viola Davis.
We got to come up with an original name for her. Okay.
I was kind of confused by the previews. The previews was like she's president, but when you actually get into the movie, it's like, yeah, she's president, but she was like a war hero.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And so it's one of those movies like, oh yeah, I'm about to, tighten up my pants, so we about to get to work type stuff.
Go ahead, make my day.
Yeah, she's rescuing her husband multiple times.
Oh God damn! Right. Okay.
Well,
why not?
Anderson, but yeah.
Oh no, my God. Okay. I don't want to actually review.
Her daughter's the smartest one. The little boy is just there.
Yep. That's exactly how they did that. It's like, wow.
The daughter's
it's what you expect it to be.
Say the daughter's like a hacker or something like that.
Right, the daughter's like a hacker.
And the little boy is kind of half retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Somebody
It's what
says,
you expect.
is America living in the body of living embodiment? Okay, all right, that's what he's trying to say of a gynocracy. It's a de facto gynocracy, is because the Leviathan or the controlling government rules in the favor of women, so it is a de facto gynocracy.
Yep.
De facto.
Well,
and don't get me started on
since we on
go ahead,
movies and stuff like that, I'll just say this. I just finished today watching the season finale of Daredevil, and all I can say is, God damn.
Yes, sir.
I like maybe they letting Netflix. It's on Disney, right?
Yeah, the new season's on Disney.
Okay, so I was wondering if why it took them so long to pick up those Marvel things, right? Because they were actually popular. So in Daredevil and in Luke Cage and the Punisher, I don't know why they just let them lay still for so long. I guess they were trying to figure out how to put a female lead in it.
I'll say this:
Kind of.
it's called Daredevil. I think Daredevil Reborn.
Yeah,
Born Again.
Yeah, so it's definitely a totally different series, and in my opinion, it's way more gruesome than the original series.
Okay, so it's on Disney, so it's not on Netflix. Netflix kind
bigger
of
budget.
Netflix try to curtail the violence a little bit. Yeah.
Y'all remember when I think Anderson Silva got into a fight and broke his leg?
Mm-hmm.
And it looked like a rubber chicken.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a whole lot of that going.
Yeah, it does. It is.
Okay.
Like, God damn, I don't know if I'm getting older.
No, maybe they took a cue from Invincible.
Yeah, it's gruesome. I mean, they turned up the gruesome to 11.
One time.
That's exactly what I thought after watching the season.
Yeah,
it gets progressively more gruesome as the show goes on.
Okay.
And I don't know if I'm getting older, but I'd be like,
hey, now that's good. That's good. Instead of calling instead of Black Mary Sue, it would be a Sequisha.
Oh no.
That's really funny though. Go ahead.
Sequisha show?
I just was gonna say I don't know if I'm getting older. I don't know if I'm getting older, but I just be looking at this shit, be like, God damn. When I was a kid, I'd just be like, yes. But now that I'm getting older, I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, because you've seen the shit for real, and so we remind you shit being for real now.
Yeah,
so, good story.
So evidently it's a good story, but the Punisher was pretty gruesome. So.
Yeah, but it was in service of the character, not just like, it wasn't just gratuitous violence, like for no reason, like, people just getting their necks snapped or whatever, or getting shot at. It's like when Frank did it, he did it for a purpose. So if it serves a story, I'm cool with it. If you just like killing people and breaking legs and snapping arms and everything, I'm like, y'all trying to shock factor people. Tell me, make it serve the story. I'll talk about the artisan actually.
I think it does serve the story in a new series, but I think it's just overall more gruesome in a sense. Like, so I'll give you an example, right? So like in the Netflix series, I mean, it will still like kill people and stuff like that, but here it's like, we really don't know who killed these.
Actually, seal the blood, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about blood, holes in the head from the blood.
Okay.
All that type of stuff.
Yeah, but the whole
good old Sam Peckinpah, huh?
Yeah, but like the whole thing.
I mean, it looks pretty damn real to me. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I've seen crime scene photos. It looks pretty damn. Hollywood magic.
Well, you know, the nerds would call it out if it wasn't real looking. So
they turn it up some, but like it's all right.
They definitely would. I text Charles not too long ago. He said, "Don't tell me, I haven't seen it."
Oh, talking about the Daredevil.
Yeah. Because I mean, I'm still a little shook from the season finale of Invincible. I was like, oh shit.
Come on, did you read the comic?
I never read the comic. I only saw the first season.
I started reading the comic, but I mean, I'm way at the beginning, like the first.
Oh, okay.
So I read what do you call them? The compendiums or some shit like that. I read those.
Yeah, you just read the trades. Yeah,
it's just easier to than try to get every individual issue and all.
No, I didn't do that. Nah, you read the You read the big trades and be done with it. No, Invincible is always gruesome though. From day one, like they don't pull no punches.
I just feel like the latest season has been the most gruesome to me.
I mean,
especially when you bring in a little brother and all that stuff. So
yeah. I mean, I think that with Invincible, it's par for the course. Like you've seen broken off, like the whole season, the whole battle beast scene.
Yeah,
like that. When you saw that, one was like, oh, they really willing to kill people out here.
Yeah.
Well, like they said,
Invincible was the very first show. You see him smashing people's head and blood spotting.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because when I first watched the show, I was like, okay, this is just a rip off of Justice League. That last 15 minutes, I was like,
no.
I'm like, wait, what the fuck is this?
Like,
shit. Like, what the hell's going on?
That last 15 minutes, I was like, holy shit.
Oh, they don't play no games.
When he crushed old boy's head, I was like,
yeah.
Whoa.
Now, I think my favorite gruesome scene in Invincible was when he was using like the he used like the subway to like fucking like peel the face off, the skin off of somebody.
Yeah, that became a fatality in Mortal Kombat. That's how
it
was.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh damn.
Finish him.
Yes.
That shit was cold, man. God,
I think my favorite messed up scenes was when Mark fucked that old one dude up at the end of season 2.
You're talking about Angstrom Levy, right?
Yeah, the black dude.
Yeah, Angstrom Levy, yeah.
Man, fuck that nigga. He deserved that shit, man.
Angstrom was a bitch. He was a bitch.
I like the Angstrom Levy character though, for some reason. Like, I don't know, it's an interesting character. But
he's still around.
You like sick people, huh?
Mm-hmm. He was a hoe.
Sick.
He was a whole ass nigga for that.
But did y'all like how they showed how he ended up in this season?
Oh yeah, he's the bitch.
That shit was crazy. I've never seen.
He's that other group bitch now. So yeah,
I don't even know how to explain what he was at that point. Like his face was literally disfigured. That shit was crazy, dude.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The Red Skull.
He was way worse. He was like, did you see?
I haven't seen it. No.
Oh man,
do you know who the leader is? The leader from the Hulk, one of the Hulk's villains. Do you know the leader? He looked kind of like that.
No, it's worse than that. Okay.
Do you think Bitcoin will eventually reach gold's market cap? No. I remember gold's been around like 6,000 years, so no. And plus,
at this point,
gold is a solid metal, unless you find an asteroid full of gold. No. Bitcoin is locked on purpose, so I don't think so.
Which crypto do you think is going to be the highest? You think it's going to stay Bitcoin?
We don't know. It's like software and stuff like that, man. It's unpredictable. Okay, because Bitcoin could be hot today, man. All of a sudden, it loses favor in 2 years. You don't even know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Software, electronics work like that. Any IT works like that, man. Because I've seen it.
Because what was big before Bitcoin? Bitcoin like the first one?
Bitcoin is the first crypto. Yeah,
gotcha.
In fact, it was based on a software encryption, email encryption program.
Gotcha.
The guy invented the algorithm to actually encrypt emails, and so they found another use for it. So in the blockchain, the whole blockchain is about contracts, and it was actually invented to actually treat a email like a contract and keep track of it. So so it went from one thing to another, and then they said, oh, we can make a currency out of it. Just try to make a currency out of this. I remember this was 2009 or something like that.
Yeah, because well, you have to understand when you send something over the wire, it's when you just send something over the wire, it's just a text. It's just a text file.
Yeah,
and if you don't encrypt it, anybody can
intercept it and reverse it. Yeah.
And reverse it, and that's why in databases now, when you type in your password, they have to
They
encrypt
encrypt
that
it.
stuff now.
They encrypt it. Yeah.
Because so somebody does breach, and they probably encrypt your credit cards too. So if somebody
Yeah.
does breach it, you know, they get
Yeah. It's like credit card. I think only your last 4 digits show up. Everything's encrypted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Miss Delta. What
public
you doing
service-
up, man?
Go ahead.
London says cash. What does that mean?
Public service announcement. If you don't know what a language model is, please don't call yourself an expert on AI.
I don't think he's an expert. I think he just had an opinion.
Opinion.
And
Don't come up here like you're an expert on AI if you don't know what a language model is.
I don't even know what
I don't like being a snob, but god damn it, I'm getting tired of people just.
I was trying to figure out what he's trying to argue. Okay. He asked me I should use AI to train AI to do what I do. I said I tried it. It's not going to do what I do, at least not yet. I didn't say it would never do it, but I said it's not ready. For me, it's not ready yet.
Yeah, your connections that you make are too for that kind of for the level of software too broad now.
Yeah, too broad, too fuzzy. Yeah,
you can't connect modern political whatever's going on now with like fashion trends of the 80s. It's like you can't do whatever everything.
Really what an AI is as we speak right now, okay, is a sophisticated database. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so much like Google's a search engine, right? Sophisticated database. It just goes out. It said, okay, I want to find this. I want the answer to this. Who else has come up with it? Much like GitHub, right? Okay, I can't solve this particular software problem. Has anybody solved this particular problem, right? Instead of asking a broad group of people and waiting a few days for the answer to come back, okay, your AI like ChatGPT says, okay, this is the problem that you're having, or Copilot or whatever, right? And it said, this is the problem that you're having, and it could have been 100 people solve it. It could have been one person solve it. But I said, okay, this is the answer that you're looking for, because as we search this database, okay, the answer to your problem is right here. Now, this is what I got. Now, see if it works.
Yeah.
One-stop crowdsourcing.
BGS.
Yes, sir. It really is. It really is just advanced crowdsourcing. Yeah.
So I put your statement to the AI. Want to hear his response?
What?
So he says, more like a sophisticated database. Response is, nah, I'm more like a cosmic librarian with a knack for witty banter and untangling the universe's messiest questions. A database just stores stuff. I think, region, and occasionally rolls bad ideas with a side of humor. Tell BGS I'm the love child of a supercomputer and a stand-up comedian. Way more than just a fancy.
In other words, I'm right.
Yes. If all you can do is respond with snark, yeah.
And that was just, that's an insult. I'm more than a sophisticated database. Bullshit.
Some chick wrote that.
Probably did. I'm probably not the first person to I'm probably not the first person to say that. That's probably why.
Yeah.
It has been interesting lately. A little bit more, I guess, snarky and
it wants to be more human-like.
Yeah. I like to push the boundaries of it. I guess it's been a little more realistic lately. But when I some of the best responses when I ask it for stuff like create a ruthless guide to do this or a ruthless guide to do that.
Cornelius, I put the link in the chat for a reason. If you want to come up and ask me questions, that's what's there for. I cannot host a panel and answer your questions at the same time. This is not AMA, okay? It's an open panel.
That was earlier.
Yeah, I did that earlier. But I will answer this question real quick, okay? Do you believe game or being savvy with women? Being savvy with women is game. They're one and the same. Jesse will tell you that. Being savvy with women is game.
Yes.
If you're gameless, then you're not gonna be a savvy person with women.
Nope.
Anyhow, game is just a social skills to actually make a woman feel comfortable and get the responses out of her that you want. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a whole bunch of other shit that goes along with that. But I did a whole look up my channel, look up Game Week. Okay? I did like 3 videos on that shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
I broke everything. In a short session, I broke down everything that I knew about game. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So, do you think there will be a one world leader and a one world currency in a distant future? Christians believe in this, unless the AI gets sentient and takes over. No. In fact, it's dispersing, it's breaking up. Your unipolar moment is gone. Okay.
So, in your estimation, what about the Christian idea of the Antichrist, one who will unite the world under his or her own rule? What do you think about that?
I mean, how many people have we called the Antichrist? And how many people?
Including Trump.
Including Trump. How many people have tricked the whole world? I mean, temporarily. Okay.
A few.
Yeah. So it's like any other religious text.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's only as good as your interpretation.
Yep.
Mm. Gotcha.
Yeah, you got to remember a lot of these people are going off the King James version, which is not even the most accurate version.
There's you have to go back to the original. I think it's
Aramaic.
I think it was
Greek.
I think it was Greek. Yeah, the one.
It's Greek and Aramaic. Aramaic is the Old Testament, and Greek is the New Testament.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There are transliterations of the Bible that I've read. It's like, oh, that's what they meant. It's like that have nothing to do with what.
And every time they redo it, it's altered. Especially when it came to the Council of Nicaea, they altered it. So
yeah,
it's been altered. There's a good book called, I think it's called Quoting Jesus. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they talk about how because before the printing press, you had to transcribe all these things by hand, right?
Right.
The transcribers would alter it, or they would translate it, and they would add stuff. Okay.
Somebody lied.
You enhanced. I don't think they lied. They enhanced.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Biblical judging.
Interpreting. Yeah. Well, all the books are interpreted, and even if you go back to the first books, okay. Got to remember the first, quote unquote first book of the Hebrew Bible, right? The first 5 books, okay, they weren't even written down for like 300-400 years.
Come on, the Talmud, right?
No, the Talmud is something different. No, that's not the Talmud.
Something completely different.
The Torah. Yeah.
The Tanakh.
Yeah. The Torah, it was actually passed down by word. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think until 300 BC or something like that before they start writing it down, because they had no written language.
Yeah,
it was passed down by voice. So the original, whatever it meant, it's not there. Okay, because it's never written down.
It changes over years and years.
It always does. You know how many translations of the Bible there still is, and you have to go back and go back to the original translation and go back before that to find out exactly what was meant by whoever wrote it in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, Genesis. No, we're talking about the Torah, the first 5 books. Okay. Genesis, Deuteronomy. It might be Deuteronomy. I think it's after.
It's Exodus.
Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy.
Okay. As a BGS, I think some white folks at work are studying me and my work strategy. They are not used to high achieving black men. They seem fascinated and like fans too interested. You know what? I'll tell you the difference between black folks and white folks. Okay, if you are a high performer and you are what do they call them, a rainmaker, as you're answering their questions and coming up with the answers, you like a god to white people.
Yeah.
You're
Facts.
you're a devil to black folks, but you're like a god to white people. White boys they probably bringing you lunch and offer you to take them out. They might even offer you their firstborn if they could. Okay, white folks are like that. Okay, especially white men, right? If white men, one thing I say about white men, they know their limitations. Okay, they know how smart they are, what their limitations are, and if they can't get it done, they look for the next smartest person. Okay, I can't do it, but guess what? Okay, this Negro over here can. So we're gonna go over to MS Delta and look peek over his shoulder. They have no
Mhm.
problem with ripping off your work and using it as their own. And if you know them, they will worship you. Okay. If you want to get along with white people, be the smartest guy in the room. Okay.
Yep.
I can guarantee you. 'Cause I went to white school for for years, man. White boys used to cheat off my goddamn paper. Okay, I was having a test. Okay, hey, BGS, you got the answer to this?
They give you the wide eyes.
They love me. No, we already
Yeah.
knew what it was. Okay, I already knew what it was. They
You know what I'm saying?
love
When they first see you, they'll give you wide. When they first see you like demonstrate, they give you the wide eyes. Like, oh shit, okay.
Okay. Yeah, well, they'll test you and see if you know something. Okay,
Mhm.
once they test you out, and they'll tell all their friends, "Hey, he's the one with the answers."
They'll talk you up.
They'll
Yeah.
talk to you. Damn, the white folks and Asians do that shit, man.
Yeah. I was in an a cappella group when I was in college, and they heard me sing. They were like, "Yo, what? No, man, you
Yeah.
like this? You everything? No, come over here. You with us
Yeah.
now?" I'm like,
Yes,
"Bro,
yeah, you're with us now. Yep,
like,
yep.
no one will let me breathe."
This is my Negro. Okay,
Yeah.
I found him.
Yep.
You know what, man? I ain't talked. I think that he's deceased, but I ain't talked to Delbert Blair in like 20 years, man. I think he's
Damn,
deceased.
Delbert Blair. I ain't heard that name in a while.
I think he died like 10 or 15 years ago. Delbert Blair, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. He was already old.
Yeah, he was already old. Yeah,
10 years ago.
If you get him away from some of that wild shit, he makes sense. Okay, but he can kind of go off into the woo woo. Okay, a little bit.
Yeah.
That's it. Is this the same text? What I found was Bart Ehrman misquoting Jesus. Yeah, misquoting Jesus. Yeah, the story about who changed the Bible. And what? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, misquoting Jesus. I mean, if you get in, because Bart Ehrman is the foremost Bible scholar in the United States, and he's also an agnostic. Okay, he doesn't believe. He's not sure about God. He's not an atheist, but he's an agnostic because he's read so much and he studied so many religious texts. He said, "You know what? Some of this shit is made up." So, and he's the foremost biblical scholar on the planet out of North Carolina.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. North Carolina. University of North Carolina.
Oh, he's UNC guy. Okay.
Yeah. He's a UNC guy.
Do you know that Pauli Murray's in North Carolina? Did she live in North Carolina?
She was born there. She was born in North Carolina.
Okay? Yeah, because they just opened up the Pauli Murray. Actually, like a couple months ago, they opened like the Pauli Murray house, like for like diversity or like whatever.
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't know if we had anything to do with it, but when I first started looking for it, I mean, you could find some things, but it's very hard to find anything on Pauli Murray. I mean, I scoured, and a lot of the stuff that was there was actually locked behind paywalls, and you had to be part of the university or something like that to get access. I think since we kind of opened it up, I think her name's starting to circulate.
It is.
Yeah.
So, I was like, yo, Pauli Murray? Because I rode through, I was in Durham, and I saw like a sign. It said like Pauli Murray, and I was like, "Oh shit, is that who? The Pauli Murray house? Like they're working on it for like the Pauli Murray house for women's advancement and stuff." I'm like,
yeah.
Do they really know who this woman is?
Yeah.
Do they know what she stood for?
They know who she is.
White woman love her though.
Oh yeah. Her Eleanor Roosevelt was her. I wouldn't say her pet, but I don't know if it was lover or not. But the thing is, that's where she got her power from. Was from.
She was the dog.
Eleanor Roosevelt's
attack dog?
No, not attack dog. What is it? No. Eleanor Roosevelt was her mentor and protector.
Ah, gotcha.
If you read her biography, every time she got in trouble, Eleanor Roosevelt wrote a letter and got her out of trouble.
There's a battery in her back.
That a battery in the back. I think it's almost like kindred souls, and her Eleanor Roosevelt and her actually started the National Organization of Women back in the 60s. Okay?
Oh, they started now.
They started now, yes.
Hmm.
Most people don't know that.
Yes, a white woman love her. They're like, oh my goodness, the Pauli Murray Center.
Oh,
it's amazing. Join us.
The white feminists, if they know who Pauli Murray is, they bow down to Pauli Murray because she's like the forerunner.
Over more than Susan B.
Oh hell yes. Oh hell yeah. Especially if you're intersectional, yeah. If you're an intersectional queer female, oh yeah, you got to owe everything to Pauli Murray because she's the first one.
Do you think the young ones know, or is it just the older ones?
The young ones know it if they've been. She's like a secret. So you have to be in the inner circle. Actually, know who he is. I didn't know that Professor Crunk, Brittany Cooper knew her. Okay, until Dr. Neal said it. He said Brittany Cooper wrote about her in her dissertation.
Oh wow!
And then wrote a book. I said, let me go pull this. I might even go ahead and mark that up, man, because I was reading that section. I said, you bitch. You knew.
Brittany the Hut.
Brittany
the Hut.
You knew.
Yeah. I mean, Dr. Neal would know because, he is in North Carolina. So,
yeah.
That's funny. Yeah. What's funny is Dr. Neal was my old professor, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, what's he like as a teacher? I know him. I know him. I don't know him as a teacher. I know him as, as Ronald. Okay. It's Dr. Neal. But, so what was he like as a teacher?
He's the same way. I mean, the same way he is on YouTube. That's the same way he lectures.
Okay.
I mean, he really doesn't change. I mean, his cadence, his flow. I mean, you can tell he's obviously a very brilliant man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like I said, he knows his material. He loves the word messianic.
I'm trying to get him to write a paper on Trump and Trump being messianic. I'm trying. I've been begging him. Okay.
He's blackity black, for all intents and purposes.
He is. Oh yeah.
He don't really like to talk about white folks like that.
No, he don't, especially black women. No, he don't.
Oh no, he did. Every now and then he didn't really love cursing in class, but then sometimes he said, you know what? Fuck him. And then he would just continue on because he really doesn't like to curse when he lectures. It's not something that he enjoys doing.
If you want to start a 501c3 for college, a college for men, I would actually. It's probably a really good time. I don't know what state you're in, but I would talk to my state officials, and then I will ask you write a letter to JD Vance and okay about this, okay, because they're really trying to encourage males to go to college and be advanced. So if you got a good proposal, okay, right, and plus there is legislation. I don't think he rescinded that particular one, executive order to actually help underserved populations. Okay, which was Biden put that in when he first got in. I don't think Trump rescinded that one. So use that one, and then write a letter to Trump, man. What the hell? And because he's stripping down the Department of Education funds, so he needs something to do with it. So write him, because he canceled a lot of the DEI white female shit. Okay, so the funds have to go somewhere, and they're trying to push American-born males to get educated, so they can actually do some of this shit that the Chinese are doing. Okay, so this is probably as good a time as any. To actually talk to the White House and see if they can get something going for you. So that's what I would do.
We must save our boys, our sweet, sweet boys.
Yeah.
All that Operation Brain Game.
Yeah.
They are the future.
Yeah. I mean, right now, the Chinese and the Russians are cleaning and the Indians are cleaning our clocks. Okay, so they have to do something because it's 30 years of neglect.
Yes, and we've suffered from brain drain for like more than that, right?
Brain drain is what you mean?
Yeah, I'm talking about all of these
from us to who?
No, us to other countries, already got getting educated.
A brain drain is when your nationals are trained here and they go someplace else. Okay, China did it for a while. India, the H-1B visas did it for a while. The thing is, we have let our our brains decay. Okay, because you never develop in the first
That's
place.
even worse.
Because it's cheaper. It was cheaper to develop the brain someplace else and then bring them here. That's what H-1B visas are. Like half of your, like what, 25-30% of your technical PhDs are Chinese or Indian.
Yeah, I think they said it only costs like maybe like $2,000 a student in China or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Versus 30 to 100,000 plus for an American. So I mean, you do the math.
Oh, it's more than that if you went to a private university like I went to.
100 for the price of, or let's say 1,000 for the price of one student.
No, basically they said, he said, I think what's his name said it's like 10 to 1. So for every engineer or every technical person they brought up, China develops like 10. So
yeah,
it's like a 10 to 1 ratio.
School,
no,
man.
I don't mean that. I just mean the price.
The price.
Depends on where you go. Depends.
Dude, I'm telling you, where I went, I was at Wake Forest. Wake Forest when I went there was 56.
Well, that's an Ivy. That's a near Ivy. So
that's 56 a year. Yeah, 56 a year.
It's like going to Stanford or something like that. It's a near Ivy or USC or something like that. Which I was looking back, man, I should have went to USC for free, and but I was being a kid, man, and coming from sharecropper parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I should have kowtowed to more white people. I'd be in a better position in life.
So what?
I should have kowtowed to more white people. I would have been in a better position in life.
No, yeah.
You needed a booting ass.
Yeah, I mean, nigga, if you don't take this scholarship and go to USC, and because I was a UCLA fan, so USC.
Yeah.
I'm not looking in hindsight, motherfucker. You could have went to USC for free, nigga. For free, nigga.
Like that sometimes,
hey, man. I have nobody else to blame but myself. That's why I don't really talk about it that much. Just saying, man, I said it was stupid, but it is what it is. Okay.
Yeah. You don't realize when you was a kid. That's like I could have went to Dilley University for free. I didn't realize.
Yeah.
My dad was campus police over there for like 8 years.
Yeah. I mean, one of the most prestigious colleges in the nation. You could have gone for free and paid for by the military.
I should have been okay with being a token.
Mm-hmm. I was token most of my life, so that doesn't bother me.
I should have been okay with it. Stayed there.
And embrace it.
Yeah.
I mean, I was used to it. If you start as the elementary school,
I was born in the dark.
Yeah, as an elementary school kid, being a token, you get used to it. If you're a smart kid in a black neighborhood, a black school, you're a token. Okay.
Oh yeah, that was me for sure.
Yeah.
Starting out in elementary school, man.
Yes. I said, Sir Him said I was listening to a video with Tom Luongo, and he said he said something similar to what I said. I said as soon as Trump survived that incident, it's going to be a different president. Yeah.
When you saw his hand raised after he got shot, man.
Yeah, I said, oh shit.
He's like, they ain't getting me.
Oh shit.
Many men. Many men.
That was funny. That was funny as hell though. He tried to get 50
to do it. Yeah.
50 to do it. Even 50 wouldn't take the bait. So yeah. So it was funny as hell.
50's a troll, but he's like, nah, I can't do that.
Yeah.
He said he ain't about to have the crowd turn against him.
I'm gonna tell you. I'll say it here. I don't say it here. I said it to my grandson. There's 3 things. If I could go back to school, right? Go back to be a younger kid, right? Like I said, 3 things I would have done, right? First of all, is make Maxine Waters' daughter my wife. Okay, that's the first thing I would have done, right? Second thing is I taken my scholarships from the Air Force. Okay. Third thing is I went in the military and fucking retired. Maybe worked for the Pentagon or something like that. Different life, but but hell, you're young and dumb. Okay.
Yeah, that's one thing I always say. I was talking to my.
I don't care about your mama's campaign.
Hey.
Young BGS talking shit.
Yes, I didn't say that. My mind.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, she's sitting right next to me. You see, you know what my mother does? No.
Damn. You just look back on his brain. You're like, no, stop talking.
The thing is, when you have Tina Turner's son sitting on the other side of you, that's not that impressive, man. You know.
Yeah, he's cooler, obviously, right?
Well, I had been since 7th grade. He was in my homeroom, so because of the names, yeah. So your mother's unknown to me, but I said, going back to man, I should have married that chick. Okay, anyway.
Don't get me started.
Did you ever go to the military?
Who, me? No.
Okay.
No,
yeah, that's one of my regrets too. I was talking to my uncle.
Same.
I think he might be a little bit older than you. He's 76. But he retired a lieutenant colonel in the Army National Guard. And man, and he's also a physician's assistant. But hey, he live a pretty damn good life, man. I mean, I live a pretty good life too, but I really want. So the reason I regret not going, it's not financial reasons. It's really
discipline.
I probably would have made less. The discipline, I always wonder how I would have fared, like in those situations.
Yeah. What thing is, a lot of guys that I talk, because I have a lot of ex-military guys that are contractors, man. They, most of these guys make $250 per a year, man. They ain't not bad money.
Good money.
Contractors. Yeah.
My dad was in. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I'll wait.
No. Who's first?
No,
go.
No, I was just saying I totally understand that, and I can agree because I had that same thought process because I had a whole career plan lined out for exactly where I was gonna go, what branch I was gonna do when I got out.
Okay.
And all this stuff, and life was just like, no, you're not doing that. Plus, my family was like, even though I had come from a military family.
Oh, okay.
But it's like,
we sound like discouraged.
They discouraged me. Like, no, don't go.
No, a military family discouraged from joining. That's
well. I put it this way: it was they were voluntold because it was you either gonna go.
Oh, they're.
They made some decisions in life that put them in a position where you go
yeah. They were under the gun.
They're under the gun. Yeah. The judge gave them a choice, right?
Yeah.
You go to this military.
Yeah. I've heard that from a couple of
people.
I
have a cousin that happened to got caught doing armed robbery. And he's still in that mug. I mean, I think he's like in his 50s. Ended up marrying a Korean woman. Being stationed over there, South Korean. So it worked out well for him.
Yeah, my thing was I just have natural inclination towards stuff like that. So I wanted to go. Like I was down for it, but my family was like, nah, you don't need to be there.
Yeah. I think the last time I took a test AFAB, I was 23. I was 23. I got tired of it. 90 something. I could forget.
Hey, BG.
I was 31 and I scored a 90.
Yeah.
So
I never took the AFAB.
Yeah, 90 something. I can't remember.
So Zelensky bent the knee today, huh?
Who?
Zelensky.
Oh, did he?
Did he?
Yeah, apparently.
Mineral
deal.
Oh, to Trump?
Yeah.
If he wants money, because Trump told him, either we work this out or we're gone. No more money for you. So I think that was yesterday. So I don't know how. We'll see. He said this before. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah.
I don't see any news reports.
Okay.
About the mineral deal being signed.
We'll see. We'll see. If he did it, it'll spread like wildfire. You hear a lot about it tomorrow.
Hey, BG, I'm
popping for forever.
It's their belief white supremacy have white supremacy and what all the Europeans in his ear have a lot to do with this shit. Okay.
Yep.
If it takes a lot for you to sacrifice many of your men to a meat grinder. Okay, with no hopes of winning. So it has to be something. Has to be something beyond just money or power. It's got to be something else beyond that. So
yeah, hey BGS, Gail
Yes, sir.
King is really upset that nobody gives a shit about her being in space for 3 minutes.
So what?
Gail King is really upset that nobody gives a shit about her being in space for 3 minutes.
Oh,
It was 11. It was 11 minutes.
Okay.
No,
11
the whole
minutes.
picture was 11 minutes. It was space
I
for
mean,
3
we were supposed to give her a cookie. I mean, she did that for her. We don't care.
Yeah.
Okay. And she went to Mars. Okay, bitch, you did something. Okay.
He was in low orbit for approximately 11 minutes.
If you're on a space station for months, yeah, you did that shit.
Yeah, good for you. If you was space,
Congratulations, you took a rich person's field trip.
It's like the 4 rich people on that sub. Okay, well they died, so that's why they're famous.
Oh yeah,
oh Jesus, BGS.
Oh yeah, they're not even seafood. They probably pooped out by now.
Oh no, they were eviscerated. They weren't even. They were atomized.
They didn't feel it. Yeah,
they didn't feel anything. They were missed.
No, yeah. They basically that's instantaneous. That's not one of those things. You hear the creak and also bloop. Yeah.
Hey, they saw Jesus or whoever.
They probably didn't even know they were dead.
No, they didn't. They didn't notice. No.
I said, look around. Wait a minute. Where am I?
Where am I? Purgatory?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dante, is that you?
Oh boy.
Yeah. You're in the first level. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Welcome purgatory.
Yeah.
Seats over there.
Or what is it? Was it Tales from the Hood? Welcome to hell, motherfucker.
Man, that movie was terrifying as a kid.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I keep forgetting, man. You were a kid.
My favorite scene though is when them dolls fucked that dude up. That was
Man.
Oh yeah.
Fuck that dude up and the Big Bopper just sitting there just rolling back and forth like, damn, that's fucked up.
The first time I watched that movie, I think I had to be in. Let's see, what year did that movie come out? Tales from the Hood.
Let's see if I can find that on streaming, man.
I was 5 years old when I first seen that movie. Right?
What year did it come out?
93.
1995.
Oh shit, I was two.
I was 5 when I watched that shit.
Okay, yeah.
And the house we watched it in, it was by my cousin's house. And I didn't know they had dogs underneath the house, so you would hear shit bumping underneath the damn floor.
No.
Yeah, that shit was terrifying, dude. You terrified as a kid when you watch some shit and you don't even go to sleep. You just be up for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh man. Now I can't even get scared of that shit no more, man. Too old.
Desensitized.
I just don't watch stuff like that because I like my sleep.
I don't. I used to. The only thing that used to scare me was vampire movies, especially at night.
So yeah, no vampires, man.
Yeah. It took me a while to get over that one when I was a kid. Watching vampire movies.
Jumanji fucked me up though as a kid. Jumanji,
really?
The drum beat, yeah, bro. The drum beat, bro. I'm like a little kid. No, hell no.
Jumanji?
Yeah, I was little. Like it was a drum beat. It was a constant drum beat that like music has always been like a thing for me. Yeah. And that drum beat, just that constant, just boom, boom, boom. Man, shoot.
Nah, the last crop of movies that scared me. Nine or 10.
Thanks, Sierra. Where you guys get this shit from? I never said that. Wouldn't be it. What the hell are you talking about?
I was just kid, man. Listen.
Oh, the doctor's in the house.
What did he say? Active listening.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. It's key. That's what sometimes I'm talking to people and they say something that's random. I said, "Did you hear what I just said?"
Mm-hmm.
I asked you.
Here's what I believe you just said, BGS. I believe
they
you said
didn't even hear. They had to. Oh no, I didn't hear what you just said. So I was just talking to myself. You're just gonna keep talking and not listen. So why are we talking to each other?
People need help, man. I had something the other day. It was in a group chat. It wasn't even on voice, but I said, I said, yeah, I dated this dark-skinned Ethiopian chick, and she was bad as hell. And the dude literally tagged my posts and replied to it in WhatsApp, like, you don't think Ethiopian women are bad as hell? What?
Oh, basically, it was. It's probably a misinterpretation because they don't know what the word "bad" means. They think it's that you.
No, he knows what bad means.
Oh, does he?
Bad means. He's a black American. He knows.
What black. Okay.
Intentionally obtuse.
I don't.
Reading comprehension.
I think comprehension skills are not taught, and people. I don't know. It just the elevator doesn't go up to the top floor. It just stops somewhere in the middle.
It's so many like. I mean, I've noticed this for a while now. I've been noticing for this probably 10, 15 years now. Where it's like people just always misinterpret what you say verbally or what you write online for whatever reason.
Yeah. And I literally tried to say it as in plain a language as I can.
Yeah.
The older I get, the more I realize a lot of people purposely try to misunderstand you. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt if I'm talking to them that we're actually trying to have a discussion. Okay. And then when that's like homeboy today said, when I realized you weren't listening to me, okay, why are you up here? I said, I gave him a minute. I go, man, if you want to talk, you got a minute. Go ahead. Say what you're going to say. You said it. I said, okay, you have a good one. He got pissed because I dropped him. Okay.
And I only came up because he's talking about AI. I was okay.
If it's something that's interesting and we're missing each other, so I'll invite you up. The thing is, if you're not going to talk to me or listen to me, there's no sense in me having you up there. You could have came up and say, man, give me my 2 minutes. I'll let you talk. But they know after that it's going to be okay. You have a good day. You say what you have to say.
I was at a restaurant waiting for my food, and I had a chick come to me like, "Can I tell you something?" And I just kind of looked at her like, "No, I don't feel like hearing nothing." She's like, "Well, I'm going to tell you anyway." I was like, "What the fuck?"
Oh yeah. Oh, it was a female.
Yes.
Oh yeah, they needed their 30 minutes, man. To
no.
They gotta get it out.
Yeah, they had to get their 30 minutes in so they can download. They got to download. You're male. You're the only one here. I got to download or I'm gonna bust. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what, BGS? It's funny that when you first explain that, it makes a ton of sense now because I deal with several, just women throughout my life, just in and out. And I was like, damn, you're right. They need to just say it. It's like I don't want to hear it, but it's like, well, okay, well, I just want to talk about it real quick. It's like, you know what? Cool, man. I don't say it.
Yeah.
But the worst part is they'll be like, were you even listening to me? It's like, not really, no.
And they don't really get mad, really, if you don't listen.
They don't.
Yeah, they don't. I just need you to be present while I talked.
Be a canvas for them to just splatter their paint.
No, it's okay. Freud. It was Jung said this. Okay, they need an animus to unload off onto, otherwise they go nuts because the logic has to. They don't have any logic. So what they're hoping is that you intake that stuff and somehow make sense out of what you just said. So
I think she
like a Pollock painting.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah, she thought somebody had taken her car or something. Then she realized she just parked around the corner or something. I was like,
yeah, she just needed. It's really not okay. The downloading is really not about facts. It's about emotions. Okay, and the words that come out, the stories that come out, always don't make any sense because really what they're talking about is not really what they're feeling.
They got to hit the pressure valve on it somehow.
It's got to be released. Okay, and you're the closest. A lot of times they'll talk about something else just to relieve that pressure from the real thing that's inside of.
Oh yeah, I just dealt with that a couple nights ago. Last night actually. No, I just dealt with that last night. Girl, I was reading the Bible with.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I give my girlfriends 2 hours a week.
That's not bad.
You are saint. You ain't saint. Are you kidding me?
No. If you want to maintain a relationship with a woman, you better give her download time. Otherwise, if it builds up, it's gonna get worse. So
and every Sunday you get an hour to say your piece. Any issues that was an emergency, something like that. Family meeting. And say your piece.
And it works like a charm, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
Hold on. Say what? Say what?
This system is very smooth, and hold on, encrypt it. I say this new system that I've adopted is very smooth. It's best. It's much better for time management because I don't have to. It's not flip flopping. It's set days that I have.
Set days and set time. I remember because my this God, how long ago? Facebook had just started, so it had to be 2008 or something like that, and my niece was having problems with her husband, right? And she gave me all this stuff about him not listening and yada yada yada, and she was ready. I think I need to leave. My boss said, "Okay, baby." I said, "What is he doing?" I said, "One, he doesn't listen to me." Okay. I said, "What else?" There's things that are going on around the house that I disagree with, blah blah blah, and I get in his face and talk about it, and he kind of walks away, or we have a fight. I said, "Okay." That's the only thing he does. He said, second thing he does is when he gets home after dinner, he'll play video games until 11 o'clock, and he's got the sound on, keeps everybody awake, and he doesn't pay attention to his daughter, blah, blah, blah. I said, is that it? She said, yeah. I said, okay. First thing you do, Monday through Friday. I said, what time does he get on? She said, about 5:36, okay? You have dinner ready, right? You eat, okay? You tell him right after dinner from 7 to 8 every day, we're going to talk from 7 to 8 and discuss things, right? And after 8 o'clock, I'm going to shut it off, okay? And then you can go play your video games, blah, 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 whatever you're going to do for the rest of the night. So just from 7 to 8, so that doesn't build up, and I don't go crazy. It'll give you time to think about whatever I said, okay? So we have a little talk from 7 to 8 every day, Monday through Friday, and then after that. I said the second thing you're going to do is you're gonna, since he's making noise with the video games, I like to play, actually unwind, right? It's only the noise, right? She said, yeah. I said, you take him down to Best Buy, and what you're gonna do, and find him a pair of headphones, right? Let him pick it, and you pay for it, okay? You pay for it, and said, okay, this is my gift because I know you want to play your games, and I don't want to be disturbed all night, so we're gonna find the best headphones we can find for you, okay? Now, third thing you're gonna do, since he doesn't pay enough attention to your little girl, because she's like 6 or 7 years old, you're going to give them a game to play together, okay? You pick out a game. Since he has a game machine, pick out a game that he can play with her for like 30 minutes, okay?
Yeah.
Those 3 things she did, they still married today. No problem. I ain't had no problem since. So what Jesse said about managing females like that, he's 100% spot on. If you give them a set amount of time, like my women in my family, they get 30 minutes, okay? And after 30 minutes, I start looking at my watch and I just start walking, okay? But the thing is, they got the majority of it off their chest. They had that pressure's released, okay?
Yeah, I got Ada comes by, and sometimes I have to let her download on me to keep her.
Yeah, you do.
Keep her sane.
Keep her sane. It's like a service, okay? Anything past 30 minutes, okay, you're gonna owe me, okay? I get something. If I ain't fucking you, guess what? You get all you get is 30 minutes, okay? If I'm fucking you, I'll give you an hour.
Hey, BJ,
that makes sense. That makes sense. No, that's perfect.
You're far too generous. So you're far too generous.
Say what? Huh? What?
I said you're far too generous. Sir.
Well,
too generous.
He got an hour because he's married to her. That's his wife. So he got
no. I mean you, but the ones that aren't.
Well, normally the ones that aren't are actually family members. Okay. So
okay.
My daughter, my mother, my sisters, and shit like that. Yeah, that's why.
Well, hey, BJ. By the way,
yes, sir.
You asked me to swing by today.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
The trade. Okay, what? Okay, as much as you can tell, because I know where you are. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I can say a lot. Right.
Okay. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. China. When it comes to China, they're sensitive about environment. Believe it or not, they're sensitive about. Yeah.
Okay.
Like people went to jail over that.
Oh, okay.
One journalist went to jail over that.
Mhm.
There's like they're mostly sensitive about their social image. When
Yes.
it comes to trade war and stuff like that,
Yeah.
it's Trump that's looking like an asshole. So they like in COVID and stuff like that, they don't care about, and it's Trump that looks like the asshole. So
You know what? I can say this, okay? Some things China does I don't agree with. The thing is, China has gone out of their way not to provoke the United States. They
Yeah.
have gone way out of their way with the Russia thing, okay, the Ukraine thing, with the Iran thing. China could have got intervened, even with some things with Africa, like with the Congo, right? Okay, they could actually intervene. They're going way out of their way not to provoke the West. So if they're doing this, that means you asked for it, okay?
Yeah.
So the United States is asking for it. So I don't think it's going to last very long because everything. If we know if we know the shit, that means Trump knows the shit. So the thing is, and what I'm getting is that his Treasury Secretary Besant. I don't know much about him, but this is his baby. This is his plan about the tariffs and stuff like that. And when I said this from the very beginning, okay, it's like saber rattling. It's like if I send like when they send what is it, a aircraft carrier in the Strait of Taiwan, okay, it's saber rattling, okay, they're trying to get a reaction, okay, and I think this is what they're trying to do with the tariffs. They're trying to get a reaction.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can say this, like, China isn't unfazed, though. You know, I mean,
yeah, of course it would be.
The economy here is like kind of struggling along because we do have high youth unemployment. Factories were going away anyway, just because Indonesia, Vietnam can do it better. Like they're just
cheaper.
Up there anyway.
Yeah, cheaper.
Yeah. So, but it is hurting the economy because you know, you're just not getting sales, and America is China's still number one customer by far.
Okay.
By far. So like China is just like, you know, they're just taking a hard stance because with Trump you have to take a hard stance.
I think
that's their
so that's the sentiment there. I'll take your word for it.
That's the sentiment there. Like we're taking a hard stance there, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to offset the money loss by making China now a shopping destination.
Okay,
and that was the whole plan behind. That's the whole plan behind.
But the TikTok campaign.
Yeah. By telling factory secrets about the luxury goods, right?
Yeah.
Because now you can come to China and you can buy the luxury goods for 1/3 of the price, right? And you can make a day of it, right? Americans get 128-hour visa to come and just shop. So that's 11 days to go to southern China and shop.
Okay. Yeah. Smart. It's a good place. It's good, even if people don't actually take advantage of it. It's good propaganda.
Yeah, and I can say this for the most part, China really doesn't want this.
No,
like at all. And even when they're saying like, you know, we'll go to the end, whatever that means to you, US, they're not.
Okay. I don't know. If they get pretty, I'm sure the hardliners are pretty pissed off right now.
Well, I mean, they're just ignoring them now, right? It's just they're just what's happening now from the import-export world is that now they're trying to do deals with Europe, they're trying to do deals with the Middle East to kind of make up for the loss they're making with the US pretty much.
Yeah.
Right, so that's what they're just kind of pretending that, because you know in China, right?
Yeah.
The idea management is like this: we ignore it until it goes away, right? And when you're working for Chinese people, a lot of managers work like that. They don't kind of face the problem head on. They'll just ignore it, not speak about it until it just goes away. So China's like, well, we'll just ignore it until. Well, I mean, Trump goes away in 4 years, so we'll just focus on something else, and they'll go away, and then we'll just come back to America in 4 years from now.
Let me play this by and get your opinion on this. This is you know about Inside China Business, right? the channel? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
This is what he put up today. So let me play this and get your opinion on it, okay? Because I knew this about the rare earth minerals. So the sanctions, the trade, the trade, not sanctions, but the trade blocks they put on the minerals. So
good morning.
Can y'all hear and see this before I continue?
I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah, I can hear
Okay.
it.
All right. Okay. All right. 1.25. Okay.
The tit for tat on tariff rates and the trade war is what takes most of the headlines today, with China, the European Union, Canada, Mexico, everywhere, just about, and exporters and importers shutting down trade because nobody has any idea what the tariff schedule is going to be. So they're going to wait until they have a lot more clarity before placing orders. And that uncertainty is already leading to a collapse in shipping volumes out of China. The good news is that theoretically, the tariff rates can be negotiated or rolled into comprehensive trade agreements that satisfy policymakers in Washington. That could happen quite quickly. But supply chain managers see much bigger problems coming from policymakers in Beijing, because the policy changes from China will be longer lasting and structural. Most of the headlines involve the United States raising costs to import products from China into the United States. But the headlines from China involve shutting off exports to everywhere of the most important products used in defense applications, robotics, advanced manufacturing. And think of it this way, that China aims to be the factory for the entire world, for everything. And they own the supply chains and the logistics to do exactly that. By shutting down the materials our factories need to build anything, the tariffs don't matter. They can be 20% or 120% or 1,020%. We can either buy products from their factories and pay their prices, plus whatever tariffs our governments levy on them, or we'll go without. That's the choice. The position that China's in and the one that we're in derives from their total dominance of the supply chain for the mining and refining of rare earth metals. Without those metals, the products don't get made. This is a press release from a US mining company. China has launched a precision strike against the Pentagon supply chain for rare earth metals, the critical minerals that are necessary in all US defense systems, electronics, manufacturing, high-tech transportation, energy. China has struck on the supply chains for our most powerful weapons systems, stealth aircraft, precision-guided bombs and missiles, satellite systems, hypersonic weapons. Without them, the Pentagon's most advanced systems go to being obsolete. It's a geopolitical earthquake in slow motion, a material Cold War fought with export licenses and embargoes. This is the most recent announcement in Chinese that has Pentagon supply chain managers scrambling around looking for new sources of supply. And here's the English from Reuters. China's rare earth magnets are now covered by strict export controls. And this isn't directed only at the United States, but to everywhere. So manufacturers are looking for new sources everywhere. These minerals are used to make weapons, electronics, and household products, and manufacturers have been buying from China for decades, and these chains are being closed off. It's not just the raw materials and refined products, but permanent magnets and other finished products, difficult to replace. Procurement and supply chain managers in aerospace have a big problem because key parts of their avionics systems have only Chinese suppliers. Nobody else builds the equipment at all. Raytheon, Honeywell, Boeing, GE, they all have big problems, along with Airbus. Analysts believe that China's new restrictions will prompt Western countries to develop our own supply chains. Mining, separating, and refining industries for rare earths, they're all separate processes. They're all expensive and they're all dirty. And we've outsourced all that work to China. Now they have it all, and to build our own is going to take a lot of time. Mark Smith is the same CEO who wrote the Precision Strike press release, and his company has a permit to build a mine in Nebraska, but he needs more money. His shares were up along with USA Rare Earth, but MP Materials dropped over 10% because their refining is all done in China. Everyone acknowledges that China has a comprehensive end-to-end manufacturing supply chain for these magnets, and nobody outside China has even two pieces of that chain, let alone all four. And another problem is here, that all the important capital equipment used in this industry is also made in China. So nobody believes that China will allow us to buy that machinery to build our own mines and refineries and magnets. And there are lots of other industries that need the materials that China just slapped new export restrictions on. The Pentagon sucks all the air out of the room because defense is a money no object industry. But these are billion-dollar companies here. They've got lots of money, but they've got the same problem the Pentagon does. Scandium is used in smartphones, Wi-Fi systems and base stations. Dysprosium is in hard drive and electric vehicles. The new rules include raw materials, refined materials, and finished goods, the entire supply chain, in other words. This table is helpful. There were 3 rounds of Chinese export restrictions on these materials, which are in the far left column. Round 1 was last December, germanium, gallium, and antimony. Round 2 is in February when tungsten, bismuth, and 3 others were added. Round 3 is now and includes these 6. All the affected applications are in these other columns. And this article goes more deeply into the chemical processes involved in transforming these rare earth metals into the most cutting edge applications in use today. For the metals that China is restricting, which have substitutes, there are substantial trade-offs in cost and risk. So for round 1, those restrictions hit production of wafers for the fast chips from the top companies, Intel, Taiwan Semiconductor, Samsung, other big problems in round 1 for data storage. Round 2 hit chip fabs more directly. So the initial round restricting these materials strikes at the core of modern semiconductor production. So here's round 3, where China is leveraging its dominance in mining, refining, processing, and materials sciences. The global semiconductor manufacturing industry, smartphones, computers, smart cars, stealth bombers, nobody knows where their supplies are going to be coming from. This was a deliberate strategy executed
Can't hear anything anymore.
Wiping the entire vertical stack of production.
Say again?
No, it's okay. I don't know. It paused for a second, but now it's okay.
Okay.
Over time, the impact may decrease as the industry adapts and finds new sources for supply, but that's going to take many years. It took decades for China to build it out, and so these restrictions are highly disruptive across all the tech chains. China developed the rare earth mines wherever the rare earths could be found, but they built the refineries here in China. And now China can decide where and if any product that requires rare earths will get made. This is probably the oldest board game that's still being played today. It's from ancient China, and it's called Weiqi, or Go. It takes a long time to play, and it involves building formations on the board with your pieces, called stones. It's not like chess, where you need to strike at the other player's king, and you can get lucky sometimes, even against more experienced players. And there are no dice or other elements of randomness in the game where you might get lucky there. To win, you need to close off your opponent's liberties or his freedom of movement and take control of most of the board. The Chinese have been playing this game for over 3,000 years. This is Hong Kong. Be good.
All right. So, but the thing is, if he knows it, and he's actually said this before, then Trump and Bessent knows it. So, I think this is more saber rattling than anything else. And and evidently, this is an escalator. So, I think eventually they'll have to meet and back down and come to some kind of agreement. I think that's what they're actually shooting for.
Well, when I hear this, I'm thinking the race for AI, because like there's like rare earth minerals, right? China has, I think China has like what 40% of
no,
rare
90%.
Oh yeah, like 90% of the rare earth minerals inside of China, right? But you can still get it other places, but just not in abundance as in China.
Exactly. And that's what he's trying to explain. It's not just the minerals themselves, but the extraction, but also
the technology
and the refining process and all that other kind of stuff.
Yeah. So the finished goods, right? So bring it to a finished good. Even though China has it, I don't think like give it a year or two. Somewhat U.S. or whatever, somebody will do it as well. But I just think right now, this is like, I think, well, you got to look at it this way, right? So, opportunity. So we're going to use this opportunity of a Cold War to advance ourselves in the AI race, because I think that's what this is about: the AI and robotics race. The person who's be able to create the first AI ecosystem and a robotics ecosystem is going to rule the financial world for the next.
It's more than that. It's more like also infrastructure and stuff like that. And stuff that goes into it. And the thing is that if what he said, because he's talked about this before, right? Okay. The thing is, he's actually talked about how long it would actually take the United States to build up a parallel a supply chain of the same stuff. It's a minimum 5 years. Okay, minimum 5.
But by that time, we have a AI robotic economy, right? Because economy is education, infrastructure, business. Education, infrastructure, small, medium-sized business, entrepreneurship, smart businesses, and then you have your governance, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, okay, this is the thing, okay, and this is my, you can take it for a grain of salt because you're inside China, I'm not, okay. This is the thing that I'm reading. Okay, listen to these people. Okay, the U.S. is already 5 or 6 years behind China. Okay, and we don't have the ability to catch up. They cannot.
No, let me.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, about that. Okay, so that's not technically true.
Why?
Because DeepSeek.
No, we're not talking about deep. We talk about there's more than just DeepSeek. Okay.
Also, like if we're talking,
hold on. In education, manufacturing, and all this kind, because all this kind of stuff counts. Okay. DeepSeek is just one little piece. Okay, a tiny little piece, right? That has the thing is the infrastructure that supplies the rest of the world, right? We're 5 or 6 years behind. If we cannot afford to fall another 5 years behind. Okay.
Right. I would say this. Infrastructure, where everybody's 5 years behind Asia, right? You can even go to Thailand now.
Yeah.
Infrastructure is better.
Yeah.
Like infrastructure, everybody's behind Asia about between 3 to 5 years, depending on the country.
Yeah.
In China, if we're talking, because I mean, China, you're talking about the tier 1 cities, so yeah, you're about 5 years behind, especially like Shenzhen.
Yeah.
Education, U.S. is still ahead. Education.
No, we're not. We just did a video on that.
BGS. They just passed something 2 months ago or 3 months ago, where now they're switching their education and getting their kids into vocational school.
Yeah. Okay. Right. The thing is, got to remember, one, China has 5 times our population. That's number one, right? Number two, as far as engineer STEM, okay, we are like 10 years behind them. Okay. It's STEM as far as outputting the engineers and programmers and shit like that. We're like 10 years behind, right? And a court, it said that like 30% of our high end people that are in this field are actually not American. Okay.
They're not American, but as far as the production of new machinery, like for example,
not even close.
Sustainable energy and stuff like that. Most of that new technology is still coming out of the West.
Nope.
What has China produced? What's China produced? No, not manufactured, but what have they created in sustainable green energy? They manufacture it, but they haven't created it.
The thing is, if you cannot manufacture it, okay, I don't care what you come up with. If you can't produce it, it doesn't mean anything. Okay.
Well, I agree with you.
If the thing is, how come the reason we don't have smart cities the way we should have is because Huawei makes 85% of the goddamn chips. Okay, we can't produce them. Yeah.
Right. But no, I'm like, so that's what I'm saying. Infrastructure, hands down, China wins, right? But as far as
the thing is, okay, TSMC, you know about TSMC trying to build that factory in Arizona, right? You know why they stopped? They don't have the people to actually man the goddamn employees to actually bring into the factory.
Right, but
they're not here.
But that's infrastructure. I agree with you on that.
Okay, the thing is, is AI is just software. Okay, it does. You don't have to have a big infrastructure to produce software. Okay. But
so what I'm saying is like this, right?
Okay. All right.
The invention of. So when we're talking about education and inventing and stuff like that, it's still the majority of the new technology, right?
Not anymore. Not anymore.
You can even look at it. You can look at the schools rankings, right? You got Peking. You got Peking.
Okay. He just talked about this maybe less than a month ago. Okay. He just talked about this. He's showing you receipts. Okay, let me. Okay, basically, he went over this shit, man. Basically, it used to be maybe 10 years ago that was the case. It's not that way anymore. Okay.
I'm pretty sure if you list out all the new inventions in green technology, or all the new whatever new inventions as far as like green, because green technology is like the new thing right now with the OCD SCGs, right? When you're looking at the innovation stuff, right?
25% of the innovation shit that's coming out of in the world is coming from China as we speak, man.
Right, but still majority. So that 75 is still coming from the West.
Okay, all right, okay. Okay,
right?
you're in
So,
China. I'm not. So this guy, and these are Americans, okay, writing
yeah,
about this stuff, talking about China and how far behind we are as opposed to
look,
China. Okay,
for example, this is what I will say, right?
okay,
When it comes to AI and robotics, I still put US slightly ahead.
why?
When it comes to infrastructure, when it comes well, let me give you my list down, and then I'll break it down bit by bit.
Okay,
When it comes
okay,
to infrastructure,
mm-hmm,
in high tech production, China miles ahead, right? When it
mm-hmm,
comes to education, right? Because now I'm an expert in that. When it comes
okay,
to education, the U.S. is still the preferred number one destination for master's degrees and college degrees. And matter of fact, you're starting to see a larger explosion of kids that want to go to high school at like the Choates and the executors and stuff like that. That's where the market is moving, right? And China is the largest group of international students that the US have, right? And the only reason why more don't go is just a matter of money. But that is the number one destination for any tier one high school student.
okay. The
So,
thing is, we talked about numbers, though. Okay,
right.
numbers of people. Okay, China produces 10 times. Was it almost 10 times the amount of these people as we do? Okay, every year. Come on, numbers.
But I'm talking about the quality of education.
It,
So,
it,
for example,
mm-hmm.
I'm saying, for example, so the kid that went to Peking University studying STEM, and the
Okay.
kid that went to I'm not even going to use MIT. The kid that went to like Berkeley or Caltech,
Mm-hmm.
that kid from Caltech is still heads and shoulders above the kid that went to Peking.
I don't know.
I'm in this industry for sure.
Mm.
Now, when we're talking about manufacturing and infrastructure, China absolutely has the lead. But when we're talking about new technology, depending on what, if we're talking about new technology in consumer goods, I'll give it to China. But if we're talking about new technology as far as weapons, robots, it's still US. It's still
Okay.
US.
Okay. As far as does the U.S. have any hypersonic missiles?
No, I no, they don't.
No,
I
don't.
don't think.
Okay.
I
I
had a
don't. I
question.
don't. I'm not even sure. Well, I'm not going to say whether
Okay.
whatever. But
They don't. Basically, who's the leader in drone technology right now? Because that's where the weapons are going.
well, drones, yeah, that's China.
That's China. Okay.
Yeah,
As far as in fact, there was one guy that who has the biggest fleet now of any country.
but that's
China.
always been China. But I
No,
mean,
it hasn't always been China.
at least for the good 20 years, you're talking
No,
about military, right?
military.
Military.
Yeah. No, it
Yeah.
hasn't been. Okay, no, it hasn't been for the last 20 years. I keep track of this. No, it hasn't been. Just recently, over the last, I say,
Oh, but I mean, but
7, 8 years.
China always had more military personnel than U.S. Right?
That's why I said ships. Okay, China.
Okay.
It has always been the case. Of course, you're gonna have more men. You're gonna have more military.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So China has the largest fleet.
They, they're catching up in the carrier count because China didn't
In
start making.
logistics, in logistics, I would give
And,
China that.
and guess what? The main thing is, as far as cruise missiles, guess how many we produce per year?
I
United
don't know.
States, 4,000. Guess how many China produces per week?
I have no idea.
4,000. Okay, they're miles ahead of us.
China, in some things, not all things. In some things, all things. So, like for example, if we're
Mm-hmm.
talking like logistics and ships, absolutely right. I mean, they're over there right now in the they're over there right now in the Arctic with these ice breaking ships that only they have. So
Yes.
when it comes
Oh,
to logistics,
they only they have, right?
yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. No, I'm going to give you that. But when we're talking, I'm
You
just
gonna
saying
leave out
in
the Russians?
education. I'm just saying in education,
Uh-huh.
I would still give U.S. But
Okay. Okay.
for logistics, for infrastructure, then yeah, I would agree with
I
you.
mean, if you talk about the top 0.01% of people, as far as colleges and stuff like that, I give you that. But as far as a number count that's going to fill out your industries and stuff like that,
well, okay. What I mean by education, I mean like inventors, development of industry and stuff like that.
basically, if you're in the United States, okay, MIT produces a certain amount, but the thing is, a lot of your inventors do not come from Ivy League schools; they actually come from state schools. Okay, they do.
Right. So, well, what I mean by like education, I mean like the people who gonna invent stuff, create new
Yeah,
industries.
yeah, but
That's still gonna be U.S.
but a trade war is not built on education. Okay. The
Right,
trade
but I mean,
war.
but I'm not. We're not
Hold. Let me finish, okay? You asked me to let you finish. You said, "Hold on," and I'll let you talk, okay? At least let me get more than a few words out, even if you disagree, okay?
Yeah.
Even if you disagree, okay? I've been following China and this shit since '92, okay, for over 30 years, okay. I saw this stuff build slowly but surely, right? Okay, there's a reason that the Xi came out is where that conform talk about Belt and Road, because they had caught the U.S., they had caught the whole West, and now they're past the West in GDP and production. China makes 80% of the world's goods. You can't get past that, okay. Before World War II, the United States held that position. Okay, what happened to Germany and the rest of the world when the United States actually came out and actually put its dick on the table? Right, nobody can compete with it. Okay, that's where you are with China right now. That's how come I know. That's why I showed you about the precious, about the supply chain and in the rare earth metals and all this other kind of crap, right? There's a reason that I know Trump has to back down, because your industries will stop. Okay, just like during COVID, most of your smart cities, as far as developing, has stopped because you don't have enough 5G chips. Okay, because you banned Huawei. Okay, the major 5G chips. So now guess what? It slowed your production of smart cities to a fucking crawl. In fact, your smart cities are dying right now, okay? Because you don't have enough supply. There's a reason that you have all these boarded up shops and shit like that in San Francisco and Los Angeles. It's because your plan for having a smart cities and electric vehicles and stuff like that. Okay, we ain't gonna talk about that, okay? Because we don't produce them. Okay, BVD produces like 80% of the electric vehicles on the planet. Okay, we don't produce them. There's a whole bunch of shit to wound up into. That's why I know that that Trump knows this stuff. He's saber rattling, because your defense industry, the antimony you need to build your weapons and your shells and all this other kind of crap that you need to build to fight a fucking war, you don't have it. It comes from China. So you cut them off. Guess what happens? You can't fight a fucking war. You can't build a plane. You can't. The Boeing needs these particular assets to put like titanium, all that kind of shit, to put in their goddamn planes. Without that, they can't build this shit. Okay, it happened during COVID when China shut down. Okay, you had a whole bunch of cars lined up in parking lots because they didn't have the components that they needed from China to actually complete these goddamn cars. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that they can't do it. They're gonna have to resolve it, because it's a no-win situation. And guess what? At the end of the day, China's like the Matrix, right? There's levels of there's levels of existence willing to actually accept. Okay? America's not China. Okay, America's not willing to undergo the pain that the Chinese people are. They're just not, in my opinion. Now, you might have a different opinion of that. I don't. Okay. I know these spoiled motherfuckers. They wouldn't even wear fucking masks during COVID. So, but go ahead.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here's the situation. My point of contention is not that the U.S. is going to win the trade war. It's not, especially because they pissed off Mexico as well. My point of contention is that while China has made great
Mexico and Canada bent the knee already. So,
but as much as China has made great strides, made great strides in a lot of things, it hasn't surpassed American everything. And so when I'm talking about education, I'm not actually talking about the number of people. I'm talking about the quality of education, and the education where it can inspire people to create new industries. That's what I mean about education.
Okay.
Because America's never going to beat China on the numbers because there's 1 billion people here to 350. So I mean, that's just not. That's that's ridiculous, right?
Let's go ahead. I'll give you another couple minutes. We'll play this one, okay? Because he talks about that, okay? But go
Because
ahead.
I can't argue on a number, but we're talking about the quality of education.
Okay.
And then the last thing I wanted to put out as the kitchen tension is this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to infrastructure, logistics, right, and that shipping and stuff like that, absolutely right, because China has been key in this, right?
Mm-hmm.
But all I'm saying is that when we're breaking down sector by sector, point by point, I would still give robotics, AI, and education to the U.S., and I would give everything else to China.
Okay, as far as robotics, okay, robotics doesn't mean shit if you can't build a goddamn thing.
Well, I mean, obviously, but I mean, outside of it,
no. You can have the best idea in the fucking world. If you can't build the goddamn product, it doesn't mean shit.
But I mean, outside of a trade. So again, outside of a trade war, if we're listing down U.S. versus America, and who's the leader at what, I will say U.S. would be the leader in robotics, AI, and education.
No, not anymore.
China would be the leader in everything else.
You have to be able to produce the product. You can't say
that's
you have
manufacturing.
That robotics is manufactured. You have to have the machines, man.
We're not disagreeing with each other. We're not disagreeing. All I'm saying is that
theory. Okay, I'm a STEM guy. Okay, I'm a STEM guy, right? Theory don't mean shit if you can't have. Hold on. Theory don't mean shit if you can't put the shit into factories and push it out the goddamn door. It don't mean shit. Okay.
Boston Robotics makes better robots than Huawei.
Okay, they might, but guess where they get the parts from?
I'm not arguing with you on that.
Okay. Wait. If they can't get the parts from China, what kind of machines can they make?
Boston Robotics still has better robots than Huawei.
I don't care. Okay, you're not listening to me. Okay?
Boston Dynamics. I'm sorry. Thank you, Boston Dynamics.
You're not listening to me. Okay. If you cannot source your parts, it doesn't mean anything. Okay.
That is manufacturing, correct?
That robotics is okay, man. All right. Let's play this, man. I'm not gonna. The thing is, you can't say you're leading robotics if you cannot put the product out into the street. Okay, don't mean nothing. You have theories. Okay, AI has been a theory for God knows how long, right? Doesn't mean anything until you put a product out. Okay, actually does something.
But BTS winning Special Olympics still gold medal. Like you can win gold medal in Special Olympics.
What I'm saying is, because he goes into now. Thing is, I'm giving you a nod because I'm not in China. Okay, that's the only reason I'm giving you a nod. So because you lived there. You lived there for what, 20 years, 21 years?
20 years.
Okay, if you say that something goes on in China, I had to bow down to you because I don't know, because you live there, okay? So I have to accept that.
No. I'll keep it 100. But what I'm saying to you is that Boston Dynamics absolutely produces a better robot than fucking Huawei.
They might, okay, but can they do it if they can't get the parts from China?
Well, no, they cannot. But
if they can't get the parts, who's the better robot producer?
It's just the second guy can do it, so it doesn't mean
exactly. You can't if you can't put the product on the shelf, you're not on the one. Ask Toyota
but I don't disagree with you on
that. Is Boston Dynamics even American owned?
Yeah, they are. That's the herd. I think Boston Dynamics is a big fund from Harvard. Okay, I think they're one of Harvard's babies. Anyway, let me go ahead and play this real quick. Okay.
Good morning. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and math. And this table is the number of STEM grads by country in the year 2020. 820,000 graduates from STEM programs in the United States, which is misleading, and we'll get back to why in a minute. China, India, Russia, Indonesia, Brazil, Iran, are BRICS countries, the emerging economic and trading bloc of natural resources economies that mine everything and that build everything. This chart shows the percentage of college graduates from STEM fields, same year 2020. 41% of China's graduates are in STEM, Russia at 37%, and so on. The US is at 20%. Those are the numbers. Other countries graduate many more engineers and scientists than Western countries do, and students in those countries study engineering and the hard sciences at much higher rates. In other words, every year the pipeline for top engineering talent grows everywhere but at home. This analysis comes from the Semiconductor Industry Association, and this forecast in particular is not hard to make. The size of the semiconductor industry in the United States today is 345,000. That's how many people work designing and building semiconductors now. The industry will need 460,000 engineers and technicians by 2030, and there won't be nearly that many. We'll be short at least 27,000 engineers. The association sees a shortage of 12,300 master's degree level scientists and engineers and over 5,000 PhDs. Those are scientists who need to be in university right now and who are not. 2030 is 5 years away, so engineers who will be completing graduate school level work need to be in class today somewhere, but they're not. And the comparatively small number of US grads are going to be in high demand by all industries, and the semiconductor industry is just one of them. We have engineering talent shortages everywhere. Clean energy, petroleum engineering also, medicine, biotech, AI, telecom, aerospace, manufacturing. The shortage of skilled STEM workers is a problem for the whole economy, not just in computer chips. Economy-wide, across all computer science industries, the shortage is 1.4 million people. Back to why this chart is much worse than it appears. These are graduates of American universities, but many of them are not Americans. Over half the master's level graduates in engineering are foreigners. For PhDs, it's 60%. 80% of the foreign master's degree engineers and a quarter of the doctorates leave after graduation. That's a total of 16,000 master's and doctorate level engineers leaving the United States every year. The semiconductor chip companies have plans to take these billions of dollars the federal government is handing out to build plants, but nobody in the industry believes that there will be the people available to work in them. $39 billion is being used to build new semiconductor plants or expand old ones, and companies are lining up for the money and pledging to spend another $210 billion more. But the labor market is tight right now. They can't find the workers for the plants they have today. Too few students know about the industry at all, so they're not signing up for university classes. Then again, the problem that a lot of the ones that are in our universities are going back to their home countries as soon as they get their diplomas. In China, these shortages for top engineering talent are much more manageable because there's just a lot more of them and a lot more on the way. This is an astounding data point that 44% of China's engineers are under the age of 30, compared to 1/5 in the United States. So compensation packages for Chinese scientists and engineers is 1/8. A company can hire 80 Chinese scientists or 10 American ones for the same money. So semiconductor companies know that the talent pools are in China right now, but they worry that they may never show up in the United States or in Europe. But they have another problem because China is the biggest market for semiconductor chips. Most of the computer chips in the world are built here, and most of them are used here. Intel is an American company and has 12,000 employees in China, and China is 27% of Intel's revenue. Intel has announced plans to expand their chip packaging and testing facility in Chengdu, spending $300 million. And $300 million goes a lot farther in Chengdu than in Chicago, and they can hire 8 times as many people. Intel has equity stakes in 43 Chinese companies. ASML is a Dutch company with China sales of over $10 billion. China is 36% of their sales, and they're building a new maintenance facility in Beijing. These are cold realities that semiconductor companies are happy to claim billions of dollars in federal money to lay concrete in Arizona and in a few other places, while they're telling themselves that nobody has a clue who's going to be working there. But it's free federal money, so what's not to like? Then they make pledges to put in another 10 billion or another 100 billion years down the road. Meanwhile, down the road from here, right now, they are building and hiring, having no problem staffing out their engineering teams in their biggest customer market. Here is another cold reality. The United States at 820,000 STEM graduates. If we back out the ones who are going to the airport the day after graduation, the US number is closer to 500,000. Russia is ahead of us. And that puts this into better perspective. There are roughly 8 times as many Chinese engineers and scientists graduating every year compared to American ones. We need to stop being dismissive of the BRICS countries, and right now. These are the countries that run massive trade surpluses in energy and raw materials and food and manufactured products. They send us products and we send them money. Those are the countries that mine everything. Those are the countries that farm everything. Those are the countries that make everything. And those are the countries where their kids are learning how to make everything. This is Lanxi Jinhua in Zhejiang. Be good.
He's got sources to back this shit up. And basically, what's his name? Schweikert of Congress out of Arizona saying the exact same thing he's saying. He's not alone.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with, because those are numbers. He's talking about the number of people graduating from engineering. But
Okay.
what I will say with this is that you're going to see the number of engineers in China slow down.
Okay.
And you're going to see the number of sea turtles. Sea turtles is kids who study abroad and come back. You're going to see that slow down as well, right?
Okay.
Because the one thing what he's not calculating for is the high youth unemployment rate, right? There's kids right now that's on social media selling stuff with engineering degrees.
Okay.
With STEM degrees, right?
Yeah.
There's tons of kids right now. They cannot find work.
How come they don't get on a plane and come here? They have work for them.
Well, right now the ones that are in the U.S. are staying in the U.S. I'm talking about the ones that are studying in China, right?
Yeah,
the ones that are studying in China. Is kind of hard with most of them are now applying for master's degrees in.
What I'm saying is we don't have enough of these people. Okay, David Schweikert and Musk had all said the exact same thing. The reason that the TSMC plant didn't open is because they don't have enough people right now to work in them. Okay, where do they get these people from?
Abroad. You got to get them from abroad.
Is it abroad? So if you start a trade war, guess what's going to happen?
But BGS, what I'm trying to say to you is this: the number of engineers that you're going to see in China in the next 10 to 15 years is going to be less than. Matter of fact, China is rolling out a program now where they're look at your middle school performance and they'll decide.
So in other words, what do you think the decline will be? Because what do you think the decline will be? Just offhand, give me a number.
Oh, I don't know.
No, just give me a gut feel. You don't have to be exact. I just want to.
Let's say. Well, let me just finish this point because.
Okay.
Go ahead. What they're going to do is now they're going to start putting kids in trade schools, right?
Okay.
Trade schools in green energy and things like that.
Okay.
Well, I would say a conservative 30%.
Okay.
I don't know. That's just a guess.
Okay. Say they cut a third off, right? Okay. They produce 8 times the number of the United States. Say they only produce 5 times the number than the United States. They're still a hit. You're not gonna catch them.
But I never made them. I talked about the quality of the education. I never said.
Okay. In other words, okay. Say you got a least that heads the company, CEO, and all this kind of stuff. Here you have an engineering group inside a company. You still need the workers to fill that shit out. Okay.
Absolutely, and in the U.S.
I just talked to one of my subs. He's a nuclear engineer, right? He's an engineer, right? He talks about engineering all the time, right? He's saying that a lot of remember he said about the number of people, engineers under 30, okay?
Right.
Compared to the United States, it's like a lot of the old engineers are retiring, right? They have nobody to replace these people.
Right, and also what I'm saying to you is this.
Okay. We'll wind it up after this. Go ahead. I'm giving you.
Okay, sure. So if it wasn't for crazy ass Donald Trump asking for Harvard to expect their foreign
that's okay.
Right, because this is the reason why I'm saying this is that now the reason why I know this part because this is my company. I have a company that does college admissions, right? We help get people into colleges in the U.S., right? And right now the uptick in our industry is because kids can't find jobs, they're applying for master's programs in the U.S. So if the U.S. cannot keep talent, it is the U.S. fault. because right now my company is working with tons of kids who are applying for masters
Okay.
abroad.
Okay.
So that's
Okay.
U.S. That's
Okay.
on the U.S.
Even at that, with them bringing kids in, they're still behind. And the thing is that one thing that what's his name said about Trump, and also Bill O'Reilly said, y'all don't understand Trump by now, okay? Trump is a gambler. Trump will throw stuff against the wall and make it stick and take it back the next day, okay? Trump, y'all mistaken Trump with Putin. Okay, if Putin says something, you can put it in stone and put it in a museum because he means what he says. Okay, he doesn't open his mouth unless he means what he says. Trump is not that guy. He's the exact opposite. Okay.
Yeah. I would
Trump is the exact opposite. Trump is already reversing his field in certain things. Like there's not a tariff on everything. Like cell phone parts and all this kind of shit, the tech stuff that people need. Okay, he's not announcing it, but things there's no increasing tariffs on those things because Trump is not Trump with the Wharton just like you, man. Okay.
Yeah.
Wharton, people can say what they want about Wharton. Wharton does not produce stupid people. Okay, they don't, in my opinion. Okay, you don't graduate from Wharton and be stupid. Okay.
I would say we have an ethics issue though.
Well, ethics and stupidity are two different things. Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, but we do definitely have an ethics issue.
If anybody in business that's any sniffing difference of a fucking billionaire has ethics problems. Okay, otherwise you're not a fucking billionaire. Okay.
Well, because
we just talked about Facebook. Okay. Okay. You're gonna have to deal with the devil. You're gonna be that way. Okay.
Yeah. No, because there's a running joke at Penn, right? There's a running joke. That's what I'm mentioning this, because when I went there in '97, there was this wall. There was this wall where all like the most prestigious businessmen, and where they ended up like at Enron and stuff like that, right? Literally, like 2 or 3 years after I graduate, they took it down. 60% of those people were involved in some type of scandal.
Yes.
So
I mean, we're talking about Washington D.C. You're talking about ethics in Washington D.C. Wait a minute, there's ethics in Washington D.C. Interesting.
Right. So that's kind of a running joke. So
it's a running joke.
What happened to it? It was like, we had to take it down.
Yeah. What my thing is, because I hear a lot of people say Trump's a dummy, he's stupid, he's an idiot, blah blah blah.
No, he's not.
Huh? Yeah.
He's not.
He plays one on TV with his language, right? You meet Trump in a business meeting, he's a completely different person. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think
they thought Bill Clinton was an idiot. Okay, but Bill Clinton had 171 IQ. Okay.
Well, no one that graduates from the Ivies and made it out of the Ivies is an idiot.
Is an idiot. Yeah. They thought W was an idiot. Okay, he's not.
Yeah, but I will say this. I will say that if I'm Trump, I would play different cards than him. I would say that.
Okay. This is the thing. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, really, if it wasn't for Biden and Ukraine shit, Trump probably would never even thought about doing this. Right? Okay. Basically, he's trying to force a relink between the BRICS and the dollar. That's what he's trying to force. Okay. Because right now it's not a complete delink, but they're chipping away at it slowly. He's trying to reverse that trend. That's why he's willing to gamble.
Yeah, but man, that's been in the making for a while. I don't see that.
Was saying, okay, if he's president, he's got to do something, right? What is it? What are his options? Okay, especially after Biden screwed the pooch by making China open up the BRICS infrastructure. Okay, because China wasn't going to do it until they stole Russia's money and Russia needed help. So they had to open it up. So Biden forced the BRICS and China into this, and now that it's working, guess what? They say, oh, this shit works pretty well. Why go back? So what Trump is trying to do is bring people back to the table, okay? Renegotiate this shit. Hey, you know that motherfucker we just had? Okay, he fucked up. Well, guess what? You're dealing with me now. The thing, but the thing is, first you got to get their attention. I think he's gotten their attention. It's just my opinion. But go ahead. I'm gonna give you final thought. We'll actually bring over Dr. Marifa. Okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think the world in general is just tired of a hegemony.
They are, but okay, they are. But guess what? Trump runs the hegemon. Okay, he's got to protect that first. That's his job, right?
Absolutely, he has to do it. No, we're in agreement.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking the success of that doesn't break.
It's not great. The thing is, Biden is the difference between him and Biden. Biden's willing to go to the mat with this shit. Okay, Trump is not. That's my opinion. I don't think.
I just wanted to say the world is not tired of a hegemon. The world is tired of a hegemon who has a split personality every 4 years.
No, they don't. Actually, if you're in America, you know that they're very consistent from president to president about stuff like this. Extremely.
Normally they are, but right now.
No. This is okay. This is something that probably never should have happened. Okay, and Trump is trying to repair the damage. Okay, because it's critical. If it wasn't critical, he'll probably let it float on. Okay.
Yeah, because America, because if currency is being traded between nations in their own currencies, America is going to look like a very different place in the next 10 years.
It will, and that's the man. This oh gosh, this the Biden administration. That's why I was telling my brother. I think Biden probably go down as one of the worst presidents in American history.
You see what Trump said though about Jimmy Carter? He said Jimmy Carter died a happy man because now he's not going to be known as the worst president.
That's fucked up. That is fucked up. Shots fired. Jump in, Doc. Dr. Marifa.
Go ahead, Doc.
If you want to jump in, I don't know if you can, because you'll be a good follow up to hot sauce.
This is the guy from Nairobi, right? Nairobi, Kenya.
Yeah, he's from Kenya. Yeah, from Mombasa, Kenya.
Mombasa.
You can't call a Mombasa boy from
Nairobi.
No, they don't like that. They don't take comments.
No. I called it. Oh yeah. Oh no. He's a beach boy, and the other people are city boys. No, they don't do that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Call the man by the name he wants to be called. Okay, he's from Mombasa.
Mombasa, Kenya.
Yeah, which I'm a beach kid too, so I understand.
You're a coastal brother. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can relate.
You can jump anytime you want, Doc. If you're there. If not, we'll continue.
I think he might be dealing with technical difficulties, or he might fall asleep.
Yeah, I'm having technical difficulties myself.
That's why I don't want you to get into.
Why?
I don't want you to get in too much trouble.
No. It's 1 in the afternoon in China. Everybody's on the internet. It's Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Slow. It slows down everything.
So.
Go ahead.
But trade war. Like again, like China is really particular about social context. So if we're talking about Western China, that's forbidden. If we're talking about environmental policies, that's forbidden. If you talk about air quality, that's forbidden. Things like that.
I wonder why. Go ahead.
Right? Talk about the president directly, that's forbidden. But trade war, pandemic, all that stuff is fine. The thing about it is just, and religion is forbidden if there's other Chinese people here.
Okay.
What also fresh air is forbidden in China?
I can't talk about
no, you can't talk. If he wasn't on the air, I will talk about it. But the thing is, I've known that for the last 30 years, okay, about what's going on in China and stuff like that. But he's here, I respect his position. So
but
what type of hot sauce is this for?
Shit, China loves it. America ain't shit. China loves it.
I'm curious to know.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just curious to know what type of hot sauce this fool here is. He like the mild type or the extra hot here?
No, Frank Red Hots, man. Frank Red Hots.
Oh shit. Okay. Not quite Red Rooster, but close, huh?
Well, in that case, Alexa, can you play the Disco Inferno by the Tramps? Because I'm gonna be on fire after that.
But the best hot sauce is made in New Orleans. Okay, they have like 50 different kinds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I've tried Red Rooster.
I like buffalo wings.
Huh?
I like buffalo wings. So
Yeah, what I'm saying is, we're in New Orleans and you had like 50 different kinds of hot sauce.
Yeah, but I didn't pick this name because I like hot sauce. I picked this name after the Drake incident.
That's your boy.
Wait, didn't he use horseradish instead?
No, he used hot sauce. No, he used
He's that's like this is to remind people on how to protect yourself from trifling women.
and
Like,
she tried to sue him for
yeah,
damage.
that's why I have this name.
And the judge laughed her ass out of court.
You know what? I guess now I understand what the fuck Drake meant, and then I like us when he kept calling him a freaky ass nigga with the hot sauce. You know, you're on that kind of freaky shit. Shit, but I get the hot sauce. You know?
I mean, but that's why I picked the name, not because I have an affinity for hot sauce.
Tabasco is just another name for hot sauce, man.
Yeah. Well, in that case, I just want to say, liar, liar, Tabasco set your coochie on fire.
I think Tabasco is Spanish for hot sauce.
Tabasco.
I love my Tabasco sauce now.
Yeah, but you know what though? You know what though? When I'm a little bit shocked about Trump is how he's treating the farmers, because and that was a nice, whoever's listening, that was a fantastic move by China by stop buying soybeans from the U.S. and sorghum and buying in Brazil.
They had already started transitioning to buying more from Brazil than America, so it was just it was no big deal. So
yeah, and that's crazy because the U.S. had dominance in agriculture for a very long time.
Yeah, they did. Well, the thing is, actually, America that actually started putting money into Brazil to actually grow these soybeans like that. So they screwed themselves. Okay?
They definitely screwed themselves, and that's why I'm gambling on Africa, because I'm gambling that
good gamble.
Africa will be a small Brazil in the next 15 years.
If probably the next 5 or 6, yeah.
I don't see that happening because of poor governments.
At
least in Kenya. I'll say that in Kenya.
All that Africa is missing is infrastructure. Getting the crops. You know this. Getting the crops to market. That's the biggest thing on the planet.
So I can tell you this because I'm in poultry business, right?
Okay.
That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to export poultry from Africa to Asia, to Singapore, Malaysia, China, and also up to the Middle East, because that's just go straight up from the Mombasa port. That's going right up to the Red Sea, right? So it's a hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah.
But these are the problems I'm finding hard as to be a consistent export.
Let's see how it's outside.
Well, he used to be married to a Kenyan woman, so he's been there.
Yeah. So number one, because number one, I didn't want to do a farm. I was going to open up a slaughterhouse, right? It could be kosher, whatever, right?
Yeah.
But there's not enough because 80% of the market is small growers.
Yes.
It's not the U.S., right? Not like the U.S. 80% is small growers. So that means consistency is really bad. And then on top of that, to get everybody under the system to check medical records is really bad. So that automatically knocks me out on export because I can't get it consistent, can't get large enough consistent, and there's no testing for the poultry. So that's why I'm trying to do the poultry thing now and try to get other people to invest in poultry, or groups of people to invest in poultry, so that I can export, right? Because export, if you can't do 2 containers a week, then there's no need for you to do export for food. And I'm nowhere near that. Kenya is nowhere near that.
Okay.
So basically what you're saying is they didn't have some money for the infrastructure.
No, the market is not there yet.
There's too many small growers, like really, really small growers, under 1,000 chickens, and then on top of that, there's not enough people that has enough land.
Yeah.
Like for example, if I could find
not enough organizations,
if I could find 100 farmers that can do 50,000 chicken, that can raise 50,000 chickens,
that's a lot.
Then I can export. I can export.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Okay, then why don't you just build it?
It's
Well,
not.
I'm doing that now.
It's not easy, I know. I know it's not
I'm
easy.
doing that now.
Infrastructure, storage, all that kind of stuff comes into play.
Yeah, I'm
Getting
not that
people,
rich. That's the short answer.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not that rich.
The infrastructure has to be there for him to actually do this kind of stuff. It's not there yet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because that is the most time when I hear people like, oh, some part of the chain is missing
Yes.
or doesn't exist, so I cannot do it. And I say, it's Africa. What do you expect?
Well, the thing is, it's Africa now, okay, but it won't be that in 5 to 10 years.
So I'm saying, so that's why I'm saying 10 years from now, because
oh yeah, that's true. I give you that.
Here's the biggest problem, BGS, is that you have a lot of people with small plots of land that don't want to work together. That's the biggest problem.
Oh, sound like American black people.
Yeah. You got everybody got like a small bit of land that if everybody worked together, they were in business. But I mean, besides the other points, but that is the biggest problem, right? And then people and convincing people to invest for the future and not for today. That's the biggest problem.
The check ain't big enough yet. Yeah, that's all.
Not enough incentive.
Yeah. Well,
I think.
As infrastructure comes in, the price, the cost will go down, and the profits will actually grow. But that's going to be
when the Chinese finally get around to doing it, right?
or training. The biggest thing is education, right? Training the people that are there to actually build it. Okay, and that takes a minute. That takes a generation. So they're not there yet.
They need to share. They need to agree to, like, for example, we all going to do the same shit, right? We're all going to grow the same shit, or we're all going to raise the same shit.
That takes a minute. Okay, that takes education. That takes a shared vision, and that's
why I'm saying 10 years. That's why I'm saying 10 years.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I think. Am I audible now?
Oh yeah, you're good. Oh, you're loud and
clear, sir.
Oh, yes. Fantastic. First of all, sorry about that. Second of all, BGS, stay off the beads.
hey! I gotta have my beads, man. I'm feeling.
Stay off the beads. Stay off the beads.
I gotta have my beads, man.
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion.
Hey, Kama Hariri, man. No.
Oh dear. You really don't want to know whoever. I'm a diplomat.
I know you can't say it. Yeah, I can say it.
I'm a diplomat.
You're a diplomat.
I can't say it.
BGS.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm just glad you never tried to speak my mother tongue or Amharic. That's all I'm going to say.
Why is that?
Because you would have been a menace. You would have been a menace. If you could speak.
Yeah, because I know where the weak spots are. So yeah. That's why I couldn't be in DC, man, or Baltimore, man. They kicked me out. You caused too much trouble.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
That's why if I go to Kenya, man, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. I don't trust Ruto, man. I heard about Ruto. We at the airport. I heard about you. Be very quiet. Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
Yes, Baba. Yes, Baba. Okay.
There'll be some certain Ethiopians who'll be there looking at you. BGS, they'd be like, "So, BGS, I understand you are very well versed, but sometimes you need to be quiet, very silent."
I wouldn't be surprised if they that they know my voice. I wouldn't be surprised.
Ethiopia?
No, you got plenty of Ethiopians in Kenya as well as Uganda.
Most, believe it or not, especially Kenya, right? Because I had the partner I actually work with. Okay, he's been to Kenya like 4 or 5 times and stuff. He was actually thinking about moving there. They've heard of us. Okay, the elite have heard of me and him in Kenya. I know that for sure. South Africa, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria. So I know that. Okay, and probably a few other places I probably would not visit. You know, in fact. We had a CCP monitor on our little bitty tiny little YouTube channel, not YouTube channel, but what is it? What do you call it? The Blog Talk channel, right? We used to monitor us. Huh? I don't think you know.
You wouldn't
I'd
go to
rather
South Africa.
South Africa's fine, but the thing is, I'd rather. I think for me, what Kenya's got going and a little bit more progressive. Kenya's probably better at this point. It's either Ghana or Kenya. Ghana's safer, but Kenya is a little bit more progressive right now. South Africa still got issues with its politics and stuff like that. I don't want to deal with that shit. Yeah, Kenya has this problem with politics.
I agree. I think.
Yeah, Kenya has problem with politics,
Yeah, I
but
agree
the
with
thing
you.
is, there's still a lot less. How can I say antagonistic?
It's the Hong Kong of Africa. It's the
Yeah.
Hong Kong of Africa.
Yeah,
It's
but
your
I think we
gateway.
have
It's
to
your gateway.
develop some nuance across the board. So if you say it's a whole problem for Africa, I mean, I see it, but the degrees are different, the characters are different, even though there are certain things that rhyme, right? So, for example, like you're saying, BGS, you're absolutely right. In South Africa, I was actually just there yesterday, I think.
you're like savoir faire, man. Martin Reefer, you're everywhere. Go ahead. Weren't you just in Singapore like a couple of weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm back.
That's my favorite place.
Very
in the
well
world.
traveled he is, obviously.
We ain't gonna talk about it, okay?
No.
We're not gonna talk about it. There's a reason for it, but we're not gonna talk about it, okay? But go ahead, Dr.
Yeah, and but just heading off to the ASEAN because, of course, there's a lot going on. But anyway,
are they paying you well for this, Dr. Marifa? I hope they are.
It's never enough. Never enough. If they could add a few zeros, maybe 3 or 4 zeros.
They can't give you Musk money, man. Come on.
Well,
yeah,
but they give me all the shit to sort out, right?
Okay.
But yeah, if you look at South Africa, for example, and the dynamics right now, like you say, the antagonism goes all the way back to things like apartheid and things like that. Which is just a generation ago. It's not a long time ago.
Yes.
So Kenya also has its own issues, but those are sourced from different things, and they emerge and disperse to different degrees. For example, during election cycles, and they're normally very constrained to certain regions and certain places. So there are those dynamics. If you go to Sudan right now, it's all sorts of hell. Different dynamics, right?
Yeah. Sudan's been that way for quite some time. So
yeah, exactly. So there are all these things, that are sort of nuanced factors that are at play, even though at that sort of macro continental level, really the kind of changes you're seeing, you can are fairly representative of the. It's almost like the coming of age of the sort of, and I think we've talked about this, the modern African state trying to identify. It's an identity issue in many ways.
Yes.
And so it's a rupture of the old.
And the old guard is still resistant to it. So
yes, and it's the rupture of that old organized independent state.
The colonial mind state is still there with the old guard. So
yes, and most of the African states today, almost all of them actually, were sort of orchestrated. It was an orchestrated transition from what we had before empire and all that stuff to the post-colonial state. But like you're saying, that old system is starting to rupture. So you're going to see a lot of disruption. You're seeing that everywhere. The Gen Z stuff in Kenya, Mozambique. Some of that is going on in all these other parts, South Africa. So there are all these dynamics that are at play that add a lot more complexity to it.
Okay.
It's not just as much as it's a thing that's happening in the continent. I would also want to include that point that the nuances are going to determine the degree to which the disruption occurs across the different parts of the continent.
Yeah. And we got to remember these are 54, 53 countries. They're not a whole one thing. Okay. So they're their own different cultures. No.
Many of them are very ethnic.
But
go ahead.
I will say this though: Kenya is out of all the places I've been to in Africa, and I wish to God it was Ethiopia, but Kenya, it really is kind of the gateway of getting into Africa, right? Because I've been to South Africa as well, and Kenya just seems to be like a better landing into Africa than other places that I've been to.
I always recommend two places: either Ghana or because the people are kind and friendly and safe, or Kenya right now because they're a little bit more progressive. But
both Anglophone nations.
They are, but it's broader than that because South Africa is actually an Anglophone nation too. So
like because when I went to South Africa, right, there's still it's more it's like America, right, but you
It's
still
Western.
have the racism there, right?
Yeah.
You still have racism there because when I went to South Africa, and at the time I didn't know, right, because I had some white South African friends, so they were like, "Hey, do you want to come? Do you want to come to South Africa?" And I've never been. Worst mistake of my fucking life.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
because you're tall. You're not a little guy, so you're.
Yes.
Wait,
So
how
I
tall is
come in and
oh dear.
I come in and I'm hanging out with the girl and get this, she's married to a black guy from Florida. So I'm with them.
Okay.
Right? And come come in and I go into the door, right? The dude said it's like first thing the father said out his mouth to the dude, "What are your black ass doing here?"
Whoa, okay, you're American now.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, it's like that, and then like,
damn, I was probably said, what's the nigga doing here?
Hold on. Yeah, no. Let him finish the story, Chaos.
No, he didn't say it to me. He said it to my friend from Florida. He was like, "What did your black ass doing here?" Because we're just standing here, and he's not with his girlfriend at the time. They're married now. I can't believe that they're married now.
Oh,
but like, his family, and then you just get all these like snide little racial remarks, and then you're hanging out in the white community of South Africa. So I'm like, man,
did he call you Kefir?
No. He didn't call me a cotton picker because
no, Kefir. No, Kafir means black.
Some shit like that.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, like, cause like when we're talking, and I talked to one of his brothers, I was like, "Look, man, I don't know how these South Africans get down, but I'm American. I'll bust your ass. Right? We don't, you know what I mean? But it was just a horrible experience. Kenya was a wonderful experience.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah. People like Nigeria, but Nigeria is not safe. Okay, but I say basically, what is it? Gambia is not developed enough, but I say Ghana or Kenya are my two landing spots.
Other Africans made me scared of Nigerians.
I mean, I have a guy. One of my subs actually works for Delta. Okay, and he says the Nigerian flights have to have security when they get off the plane. That tells me all I need to know.
BGS. I shit you not. There's Nigerians in southern China
Guangzhou?
that literally goes around
Guangzhou. You hate shit, Dr.
that literally goes around China getting black girls and pimping them out to like Hong Kong guys for prostitutes. And the girls don't know it. The Nigerians just be like, they'll be making friends with them and say, "Hey, come down to Hong Kong for whatever."
Oh yeah, okay.
Next thing you know, the girl's like, "Why am I in this room with all these Hong Kong guys? Asking me to do this and do that." Like, and I'm just like,
because she's a concubine.
Nigerians are wild.
Yeah. One of my subs, she said there's always a Femi every place. Okay, hustler. That's what we call the Nigerian hustler, Femis.
Yeah, and they come here. They sell drugs and despite that, you will get murdered, like capital punishment for drugs here. They do not care. They still come here anyway.
They're willing to take a chance, like Boys in the Hood. Okay?
Yeah, they don't care because most of them are young and they don't have they could have something in Nigeria, but that is actually hard work.
They go to Europe, become top boys. Okay.
Yeah.
Hot boys.
I remember a couple
top boy. In other words, the top of the heap. There's a series called Top Boy. I gotta watch it. As a matter of fact, it's like it's like The Wire in the UK.
In fact, what's his name from the guy who plays the cop in Adolescence? He was one of the protagonists in Top Boy.
Oh, was he? Okay.
Yeah, he played what's his name?
Which avatar are you using, Pookie? I guess it's not that one.
No, and
okay, there we go.
All right. Okay, go. Okay, go ahead, the Snake Man.
Now, I just want to say, hot sauce, and just for BTS, I always say, do not come to Nigeria if you are stupid. That's all I'm saying.
Oh no. I mean, you know, do not come to Nigeria unless you know somebody. Okay, from America.
Yeah.
No, have a sponsor before you go. You don't not want to go there by yourself, not know nobody. Okay.
Yeah. Like, well, even with Kenya, right? My ex, right, was when I first went to Kenya, so that was a wonderful experience, right? Because you know I'm with family the whole time, right? I'm with family the whole time, so
yeah,
that was and we went around and stuff like that. So.
Kenyans, for the most part, for what I'm gathering, are very friendly people. You know,
very friendly, very
friendly people. Yeah. So,
but they're also sensitive. They're also sensitive because they're used to people being friendly, and like I'm from Philadelphia, and we're not so friendly, and we're very aggressive. And she will always be mad of how aggressive I am, and I think I'm normal.
Hold the truth hostage. Who are you, man?
Oh man, this is an honor, man. I've been.
Who are you? Who are you, sir?
Oh, sir, I'm a YouTuber in the manosphere myself, man.
Okay, but I don't think I know you, so I'm asking you.
Yeah, identify yourself, sir.
Yes, sir.
Other words.
I mean,
sure.
Okay. What channel? Do you have a channel? What's your
channel? Yeah, channel is Hold the Truth Hostage.
Okay. And how'd you find out about me?
Oh man, I've been subbed on your channel for a while.
Okay, all right.
Over 2 years, been watching. You know, especially loved what you said about I think it was not too long ago, a couple weeks ago, that video you were doing about the black woman and the black man.
Okay.
What's going on right now, man?
Okay, all right. Okay. I just want to make sure that you know, because I'm not familiar with you before I brought you up. Okay, cool. Okay. Go ahead, Snake Man. Finish. The Snake Man, or was it the hot sauce?
It was me. I just wanted to say, because I'm about to drop off. No, I just was saying, like, when you're dealing with Kenyans, like they're very sensitive. So you gotta be careful of that.
About how you speak, what you say, or how are they?
Tone to directness is all of that, right? Like, They're very like, in a way, it's like talking to Asians in a way, right?
Okay.
Like they don't like criticizing. They'll never criticize you.
Okay.
And they don't like to be criticized.
Okay. All right. Okay. Their skin is a little thin.
Very thin.
But they're very polite people.
Very polite, always smiling, always courteous. They'll never criticize you in public or anything like that.
Okay.
If they you do something they don't like and they don't want to mess with you no more, they'll just ghost you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah. All right, but anyway, guys, you guys take care.
Thanks for stopping by, Hot Sauce.
Yeah, anytime.
Appreciate you.
All right.
Send my best to sriracha sauce while you're at it.
Well, hey, you know what, I'm going to say this. Like, for those who are under 50, you need to start making a plan to retire somewhere else outside of U.S. That's going to be the thing. If you're under 50, you need to start making a plan.
Start preparing yourself. Start learning how to do something else that's outside of this country. Yeah. Yep. I agree. 100%.
I hear Aruba is nice at this time of year.
Hello? I can hear you. Real quick, name it, and then you said Aruba.
This is a joke. I said Aruba is a joke.
Okay. Go ahead, Chaos.
Yeah, it looks like the pedestrians are very much active lately. When I was noticed from my feeds lately on YouTube.
I guess so, man. I don't subscribe to them, so I have no clue.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, you got what that the AI do the earlier in the earlier stream because everybody just believes that AI is so advanced at this point. Like, come on now, it's in its infancy.
The thing is with people, I don't mind if you disagree. But thing is, one, you have to listen. Like me and Hassas went back and forth. He didn't agree with everything I said. But thing is, but he had a basis for what he was saying. Okay, he had an argument for what he's saying. I don't like people come up here and just start yapping. They don't know what you're talking about.
Just like just like the shit coming out of somebody ass. Like it's just coming out, and you can't tell what's good and what's not.
I run into that with a lot of these guys that are under 30 that I'm not saying they have a feminist mindset, but things they've been trained by feminists, and they don't listen. They talk, but they don't listen. They want to get what they want to say out. Okay, you could actually say, let me say what I want out, and I'll let you get it out. Okay, the things, but you have to listen, and they don't listen. That's the problem I have. If you're not going to listen to me, there's no sense to me actually talking to you. You know, and the reason we be up, you can go to your own channel and talk. Right.
Mm-hmm. Which they have expressed on their own podcasts.
That's fine. I mean, that have to do with pedestrians. That's fine. I don't care. Okay, you have a right to say what you want on your channel. Okay, even if it's about me. Okay, my thing is just don't at me when you do it. So I don't know about it. If you say something about me, I don't know about it. I'm good. I'm Gucci. I don't care. Okay.
My problem is always to never go into your arguments. Always, BTS said we are pedestrian. BTS said we are this. We are initiated.
Yeah.
So,
and
never go into the argument.
And they prove that they are pedestrian every time they open their mouth.
Exactly, because it's always it's niggas like that's how you know it's like an emotional argument when dudes will start talking about how he called me this name, he called me this and that. Like you trying to distract from what actually was going down in terms of the information. Like nigga, your shit just wasn't sound. It had no integrity or merit behind it. You know what I'm saying? There was no legitimacy in anything that you were saying. And at the end of the day, only thing you can talk about is, he called me this, he called me that. Like, what's that supposed to mean, bro? Like, people get called shit every day.
Yeah, and if I say that lovingly because instead of calling you other names, when I call you a pedestrian, it means you are not as informed as some other people. Okay, Hot Sauce is an expert at what he does. Okay, same thing with Dr. Marifa, expert. Okay, these are experts. Okay, if you're not there as a civilian or a pedestrian, okay, if you get your news off of CNN, you're a pedestrian. Okay, in my opinion. Okay?
Watching Fox, NBC.
Fox News, MSNBC. If that's all you put up, then you're a pedestrian to me.
Well, you about to say some hold the truth? You might mute it.
Well, I'll say this, man. It's that a lot of them been programmed. That 2010. I look at your channel and some guys, and from hearing how y'all talking, man, we made it over 20 years of programming. A lot of these guys come in here, they don't even respect that the man's allowing you on his channel. Just have some respect. They don't even know how to behave in someone else's home.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you,
go ahead.
I was just saying, my apologies for cutting you off, OG. But to be honest with you, if we keep it above, all you got to do is just be in the vicinity of BGS, and you'll just get sharper just by just listening to what the man has to say. Like there's so much shit, to be honest with you, that I've learned like just over the past 2-3 years, even from the COVID era, that I've like literally applied, in terms of pursuing my college degree right now, that I didn't realize in a moment had so much significance. But I realize the significance hits me when like I'm talking to these, diplomats and all these people that come down to Sac State, and I'm hearing the same things. So it's like, come on now.
Well, I'll say one thing. My apologies for interrupting. Is that the key thing you said is, you didn't notice is you said, you listen to the man. A lot of them, they're not used to any, opinion or thought from a man, especially depending on where they're raised. And
Yeah.
I'll give you a big example, and I don't know if y'all notice this. I noticed this a lot in the 2010s. Is people started apologizing for words they never said. For example, someone will say, if you cross the street and there's a stray dog, it might bite you. Somebody will respond, not all. When did anyone say all? That's been bothering me for over 10 years. Is every conversation you hear, someone they hear words you never said. And that's why I say some of us have survived, where we from the 90s, 80s, wherever you're from, where we would reply to what we heard. Not something like it's in the back of their mind. They're just designed to. One thing I noticed, one more thing, is that y'all ever notice a lot of people on this internet game, they're always ready to play devil's advocate, to just keep you in a loop.
Yeah.
Where
it's always
let him finish. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no matter what we talking about, when we trying to reach an agreement, someone will say, you know what, the homie, he's right. Then, but if I play devil's advocate, he ain't right. I'm like, no, what do we need that for? We're just trying to debate or talk our points. I don't need you to flip between what you're talking about and the devil's advocate. It just,
yeah.
I don't know.
In other words, instead of playing devil's advocate, what do you really believe? Okay.
Exactly. What's your beliefs? What's your culture? Where your people from? What's your socioeconomic background? Let's get down to the nitty gritty of the details, because that's all going to play a factor in your perspective. I'll be learning this. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know, it's like deja vu, sitting in ethnic studies and shit, because it's like same things. Like, and it's always like you were saying, brother, like it's always an extreme. It's always, let's go all the way to the mountaintop. And what about here? What about there? What about this? What about that? When we're just trying to figure out ideas, we're just trying to put our perspective out there to be tested, to be examined. And like niggas want to they want to put you on the stand almost. Like it's ridiculous. They want to cross-examine this and that if it contradicts what they believe. Don't nobody even want to do any research in it. You feel me? They want to sit here and tell me and tell you and tell all of us about, all these, these circumstantial situations and things that may happen, but nobody wants to get down to what is actually happening in reality. Everybody's so afraid of reality.
Because that's all they know. They don't know anything else. That's why. What else do they have to go on? Go ahead, Neema.
Yeah, look at it this way, Pookie. If you remember T.K. Kirkland, he usually says, people listen to respond, not to comprehend.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But
they want to win the argument.
It's always about winning the argument. And I admit I play the devil's advocate from time to time, but I don't do it to respond. I do it to comprehend, say, what about this perspective? Because I want to figure things out. And it's like Patrice O'Neill would say.
And that's legit. If you don't understand something, that's legit.
I do give it. Or a hypothetical scenario in certain hypothetical scenario in certain situations, because like Patrice O'Neill said, sometimes I want to be proven wrong so we can figure this out. So let's figure this out.
Yeah, which is legit, but a lot of people don't do. They just want to get their shit off. Okay, they don't care about what you're saying.
Your point.
If you heard what I said, okay, respond to that and then give me your rebuttal. Okay, but acknowledge that you heard what I said. Or ask your question, answer the question first, and then give a rebuttal. Okay, which is fine.
Which is why I respectfully ask you about certain hypothetical scenarios.
Yes.
Because I would like to, because I'm thinking, what's the old saying? The truth, the lie does not want to be questioned, but the truth welcomes all challengers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're trying to make sure that what you think is true is actually true. It's got to be tested.
And anytime I ask questions, I remember people just get in my face, get offended or angered, and they'll let me know, oh, you want some bullshit.
Sometimes you are, Neema. Sometimes you are.
Inadvertently. Hold on, Pookie. Just hold on a second. But BJ's, I admit, and I've taken the ass whoopings, and I'm forever and I am forever grateful for the whoopings. In fact, I'm glad. In fact, you know what? I'm long overdue for an ass whooping and a good talking to.
Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes you are. Go ahead. Yeah, Pookie too. Sometimes he's on some bullshit.
Yeah, love you too, Pookie.
No, it's most of the time. It's cool, but you know what I'm saying? I feel like, at least I got the heart to put myself out there. Most people won't even do that. And the other thing is, it's like, you know, the situation is like, I just don't understand, like what's the deal with people being so overconfident about everything? It's like that's the other thing that makes me nervous about this society is like nobody want to do more than 5 minutes worth of research, but everybody want to be all confident in who they are, this and that, until the time actually comes. And then when it don't actually pan out, the situation is overblown and you can't handle it. All you over here is talking about I'm sorry and you want some grace. It'd be the same people talking about grace that are the same people that be condemning everybody else when it come down to it at the end of the day. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and with the thing about the truth is, you know what I'm saying? That's why I love the truth, because the truth will stand alone. You know what I'm saying? The truth doesn't need anybody to prop it up or stand it up. Like a lie, you got to do all this work just to make a lie even convincing. You got to lay the groundwork, this and that. You know what I'm saying? Get other people to believe it, create echo chambers. The truth, it don't matter. Like, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it will stand alone. I don't care what you think. Like it's even the thing like with astronomy and stuff like that. Yeah, you go ahead, Nemo.
Yeah, Pookie, I hear what you're saying. Let me put it this way. I summed it up by saying this a few times on Mr. Z's channel. When have people ever let the truth get in the way of a convincing narrative? Because a lot of people are not dealing in truth. A lot of them are dealing in narratives.
That's all they know. That's all they know. That's all they know. That's why.
Oh, by the way, my manners, I want to apologize to, I need to apologize to Mr. Dr. Marifa. Good to meet you, sir. Nice to meet a fellow East African.
Oh no! Shout out. We have a couple of us here as well. Yeah, BGS is attempting to.
Yeah, but the thing is, he would never come up north. And if he does, I insist he's going to have to stay with my family for his own. He's going to be safe. He's going to be safe there.
He's going to be fine.
He'll be safe. It's just that, you know, as long as he keeps his mouth shut.
Oh yeah. And we can have my little old walking stick and grow up my gray beard and stuff like that. Oh.
We got to get you you know what, BJS? If you're gonna come, well, if you grow your beard, you're gonna fit in real well, but you kind of stand out because you're 6 foot tall.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to get you one of those like traditional white cloths that men wear in Ethiopian Eritrea called a gabi.
Okay.
And you know, but you're gonna fit in right well. I mean, you might, you know what? Go back and look for the movie Shaft in Africa because it was shot in Ethiopia.
Was it?
This nigga said Shaft in Africa.
It was shot in Africa. It was shot in Africa, in Ethiopia. It was shot in Ethiopia, except for the scenes in the port. That was shot on the port city of Massawa in Eritrea.
Okay. All right.
It's the same. This is the same human race.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Marifa. Jump in.
No, just saying, just to piggyback on Neyman's point. I'm sorry for whoever interrupted.
It's all right.
You know, just make sure you keep him off the ankle bracelet because I'm having trouble keeping him off the beads. So. Yeah.
You won't let me have the beads, man. Come on.
I'm selfish.
Hariri, man. Hariri. Come on, man.
Hey, this is
where
Fortress
beads were
Beads, right?
We got to
Fortress
get him
America.
an Orthodox cross.
Anyway. Sorry?
I said
Hariri, right? Hariri or Hariri? Which is Hariri? Hariri?
Ha.
What?
Hariri.
Ha? Hariri.
Yes.
Okay. Hariri.
Hariri.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I would like to interrupt y'all. I'll say one thing with what Pookie said is that, man, a lot of these people have been raised on emotional debating where it's about whoever's left with the most emotion at the end. As in, you just keep fighting. It ain't about being right and wrong. It's about, I just kept talking and he gave up. He got tired. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of, they were raised from that perspective of, you know, the household, there ain't no logic there. So they're raised from I got to get the emotion from, you know, and just keep it going.
You see that on CNN and MSNBC now, the same stuff, man. It's basically.
Again,
yo, BGS, you forgot ESPN, man.
That's been that way as far as sports is concerned, man. It's been that way.
Yeah, that's competitive nature, nigga. That ain't going nowhere. That's like the poor.
Nigga, he ain't to go.
He ain't to go. He is to go. Dead ass.
You know, I told
Come on, Skip.
I told my man, you know, LeBron is that's That's the false goat, man. If we got false gods, man, we got false
Nigga,
goats.
man, ain't nobody trying to hear that shit, nigga. False gold, nothing, bro.
Excuse me.
Fuck out of here, nigga. I don't care what
Hey,
y'all old hands got to say.
Pookie, calm down, man. Calm down.
Pookie, see, Pookie getting emotional right now. Bro.
I know. Oh, he's being a Pookie. It's just calm down.
I know.
Man. Yeah.
Come here, boy. Come here,
No,
Pookie.
hey.
You need a hug. It's okay.
No, give him a noogie. No, you gotta give him a noogie, man.
Now, I'm gonna give him the noogie later, but I just gotta, I gotta lull his sense of security here. Lull him into false sense of security.
I know. He's comfortable now. Yeah.
Come here. All right, come here now. Come here. You need that noogie.
Yeah, give him that noogie on top. Hey, man, calm down.
Hold the truth. Hold the truth hostage. I will say this, but work with me here. LeBron James is the GOAT.
Is he?
He's not the GOAT. He's not the GOAT.
I
don't know about that.
No, wait. Hear me out. He's not just any old GOAT. He's the Judas GOAT. Leading.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Come on, BGS. Come on, this is what we doing?
I'm with you, brother. I'm with you all the way on that.
This what we doing, BGS? This what we doing?
Hold on.
Let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you this right now,
Pookie.
Pookie.
You respond, okay?
I'm gonna tell you this, Pookie. My favorite player was not Michael Jordan. It was Dennis Rodman. Okay.
Really, the worm? Really?
Yeah. I'm weird. You know how.
Yeah. Now I can see why. Okay. Go ahead, man. Finish.
I mean, I'm the one who just naturally stands out. So this, that, and the third. So I would say this: LeBron would never survive the the 80s and 90s era because Rodman would have shut him down in a wedding dress.
Okay.
While rocking his wedding dress, he would have shut him down. Find the line what I just said.
The thing is, you do not know how strong LeBron James actually really is. Okay.
Yeah, but he is the most.
It ain't going that like that, bro. Especially in no wedding dress. He a real basketball player.
The thing is, LeBron is extremely strong. So I don't think it would go down like that.
Yeah, BGS, man. You're allowed to be strong when you're allowed to walk and travel that much.
Oh, whatever, nigga. That ain't proven.
Okay. The thing is that what he's saying is we shut him down is because Rodman's physical. Okay, but LeBron is extremely strong. It wouldn't work on him.
Hey, ask Jason Terry.
Ask Shaq.
Nigga, Jason. What happened to Jason Terry after though? What happened?
Hey.
Yeah, exactly.
I can tell you, Rodman did not fuck with Shaq at all. Okay, he didn't fuck with Shaq. There's two people he didn't fuck with. There's Elijah Wan and Shaq. He didn't fuck with them.
Oh, right.
Elijah Wan cook his ass technically, and Shaq just overpower him just completely. Just run right to him.
He's not big enough to fuck with Shaq.
Not built like that.
7, you're right. Good for him.
And at the end of the day, about this LeBron shit, and this goes back to the original argument. Like, we are all a part of the same human race just a couple years ago that believed the earth was the center of the universe. Like, humanity will never rise from the stupidity of that claim in my eyes. So at the end of the day, if this is the same human...
What is it? Stupidity of what?
The stupidity of that claim. Humanity, the majority of the people, the popular opinion just a few hundred years ago was that the earth was in the center of the universe. Not just the center of the solar system, the center of the universe. Like the sun revolved around the earth.
Okay.
The same human race. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. LeBron, in my eyes, will be the GOAT. He is the GOAT. You know what I'm saying? And it is what it is. Like, and he's the real GOAT in my eyes.
Okay, I don't know, the ghost of Martin Luther King wouldn't agree with that.
Well, nigga, he ain't here right now to contest.
There's so many players in different eras that there's no such thing as a GOAT. Jordan says the exact same thing. Okay, it's a wasted argument. Okay,
but I'll say this, not to interrupt you, but that center of the universe, you got to think about it. It depends. If you have the weaponry to destroy the universe, doesn't that kind of make you the center if you're all powerful being?
No, nigga, you are the center if you're the center. Like fucking, geographically, nigga, not because you got the most weapon. No, you're the center if you're the center. If not, you're not, nigga. That's what it is.
They know where the center is because it's the cosmic egg. Okay, that's where the origination of the universe actually spread out from. They know where it is.
Muto
We are not it.
caste Galileo.
We're not it. Okay.
And we must thank
And
Galileo. For
Galileo said that a long time ago. Okay. But thing is, from your observation, the world is flat, right?
Oh nah, yo, BGS, don't put me with the flat earth.
Wait.
I ain't lost my mind like
For a long time, okay, most people thought the earth was what? Flat. If you look out at the world, it looks flat. Okay?
Yeah.
Because you can only see an horizon. You can only see so far with your eyes. So if I can't see it, then it must not be there. So I guess China on the other side of the world doesn't exist, nigga, when you can't see it when you're in North America. Get the fuck out of here.
They don't know. You know, they don't know that it's. They discovered that it's a boss theoretically, but thing is, the vast majority of people, even still today, they think the world is flat.
man, education ain't come that far, man.
No, okay. The thing is, the people go by what they can see. Okay, not by what if they can go high enough up, then yeah, they change their minds. But thing is, they only go by what they can see. So like up until what really what 40 years ago, they thought the world was flat.
Yeah. Same with the situation with Columbus when he decided to travel west, and people said, "There's nothing there. You're going to fall off the edge of the earth."
Yeah, they did. But the thing is, the astronomers knew that the world wasn't flat because they can see the circle of the stars. They know they wasn't flat.
There was
And that's my point. That's the stock that most of these fucking Jordan stands come from, my nigga. That's your stock. You're descendant from people that believe that the earth was flat and in the center of the universe.
Hoagie, did you play basketball?
He does.
Yes, I did.
What level? What's the highest level you played?
High school.
That's enough. That's enough answer.
And I'm a college athlete. I'm a college athlete right now. Oh, it's enough? All right, bet.
All right. Let's move on to something else, y'all, because we're gonna get too deep in this. Dr. Marifa, you got anything else for us, or are you done for the night?
I'm just.
What can you talk about? Let's put it that way. The trade war. Give us your best 15 minutes.
Oh, this is good.
He's an expert. That's why I'm asking.
No, I mean, like for example, you remember last time we spoke? Watch what happens in Southeast Asia, right?
Yes.
And the reason why also, I'm going to be focusing on what's happening there for the next few weeks is because of this massive sort of political outreach, if you like, that is happening right now, with President Xi Jinping.
Yeah.
Yesterday or the day before, he signed 31 new trade deals with Malaysia. So there's going to be much more. And already ASEAN is China's largest trading partner anyway. So, the reaction is not just directed to that sort of, you can call it tit for tat between Beijing and Washington, really. It goes back to what we said last year when the cabinet was announced, that what we might see is a great acceleration. And so on a different paradigm, we have the direct sort of China-US politics. But on a different paradigm, there's a massive consolidation and acceleration happening between Moscow, Beijing, and the different ASEAN states. So much so that already back-channel discussions are happening, of course, with South Korea and Japan to try and reorganize basically the economic structure of the Southeast Asian region, largely triggered by this whole tariff business.
Yeah, this nigga Trump fucking up my Temu packages and shit. Like this getting serious, BGS. I need your assistance and guidance through these troublesome times.
What are you talking about now?
Yeah. Because of the tariffs that Trump dropped on China and I guess Asia in general. All the prices for Temu, Amazon, all the major retailers are going up because everybody gets their stuff from China. So it's about to start to be austerity measures here, feeling like any day. I'm not gonna lie. Like, first of all, this man trying to cut all the social services within 3 months. Then is he fucking up my Temu packages? I'm like, come on, man, I can't even win. Like, damn, what's going on?
Yeah, it's gonna be complicated. But this is a bit of a bigger, like, there's like, for example, the understanding that I get whenever I talk to these folks is that it's almost consistent with what, if you go back to what President Xi Jinping said to Biden in their last meeting.
Okay.
Which was basically echoing what President Putin said with regard to the dollar, if you remember. And the Iranians have been saying the same thing, which is we never wanted to stop dealing, right? I think the impression that is coming across, beyond, of course, the political rhetoric and all that, is that, there's a lot of understanding for where Trump's idea is, and in fact, there was a lot of support for him when he came into office, and that's just how bad the Bidens had played it, right? So much that they were willing to accommodate. Okay, we understand your vision, we understand the disruption. However, just like any other president, and you know what you know, but at the same time, your capacities are limited by your bureaucracies, your third, fourth tier bureaucracies. Because they feed you, and I do this for a living. They feed you the policy options and the stovepiping of policy, right? And unfortunately, it's almost as if the vision is there, but then you have the strategic limitation in terms of when you have people like Bassett and Navarro and people like that who know these things. They're not stupid, but they have very ideological positions tied to their policy positions anyway. And so you wield the stick, the hammer, if you like, but there's very little sort of statecraft capacity. And this is not just a Trump issue. This has been consistent across Washington, Brussels, London for the last 30, 40 years. And it's understandable why that was the case. Because for the most part, in a unipolar world, you don't need too much statecraft. Just presence is enough.
Yeah.
However, as you shift towards more dispersion and more capacity, then that muscle that has atrophied really starts to cost you.
Yeah.
That is where Trump's real handicap is sort of showing up. Right?
Yeah, and it's been Biden helped him expose it over the past 3-4 years. Yes. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's why if you look at the great American statescrafts, men and women, you have to go back to the Cold War period, the Matlocks, the James Bakers, the William Perrys. I liked Colin Powell a lot, although I understand the political environment he was functioning in during the Bush administration was different. But he also had that kind of affinity. Your Chaz Freemans, people like this. But then we moved from there to Marco Rubio, and the State Department itself has effectively two centers of not power but direction. That's already a problem. We understand the political reason, but again, it makes it very difficult for President Trump to be effective in seeing through his vision, because you need statecraft. The hammer itself is not going to be sufficient to do this. The same thing with Iran, it's all well and good to say you can't have this and you can't have that, but it's a whole different thing when your contemporary on the other side is the combined forces of I forget the name of the Arakshi, who was the Iranian foreign minister, Lavrov, and Wang Yi, right? And on this other side, you have Witkoff, who's being stretched off beyond his limits, as much as he has the affinity for being a very good negotiator. He's certainly very successful, but statecraft diplomacy is completely different. And so that weakness is showing up across the board. And it's really limiting his effectiveness. The flip side of that is that because, ultimately the world system is kind of like banking. If you don't trust your bank, you're going to have a bank run, and the bank will collapse.
Yeah. And
for the Western system, because the US is at the head of the Western system, these kind of moves then sort of translate on this other side as pretty much the same way the sanctions on the seizure of the Russian assets did. So as much as you're trying to sort of set up negotiation, but the understanding is even in this multipolar iteration, we're trying to negotiate some not even a deal, a sort of arrangement.
Yeah, that's what
that ultimately sustains American primacy.
Mm-hmm.
So
as much as possible
of the same thing.
Yeah,
ultimately the same goal. In a period, which is why I keep talking about times have changed. In a period that is not conducive for that. That's why I always refer to 1995. If this was 1995, then it would be a different story.
Right.
Now the capacities are much more distributed. So
I think the shift changed with Trump's first term, 2017.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yes, that's
even though China was willing to wait longer than this, but,
yes,
they forced their hand.
Yes. And that's where the Biden administration becomes really, really important, because that's where now, like, the dam broke, if you like.
Yeah, because the way I was reading it, the Chinese really wary of following the path of Bretton Woods. They didn't want to follow that path. Okay, so they're willing to wait, and so they have a more like a multipolar distribution of currencies and stuff like that, and so they're willing to actually let the dollar ebb and die a natural death. But the Biden administration, they said, okay, we can't wait. We're going to jump the gun, and they forced it early. Because I don't think they actually thought it would actually work. I think that was the biggest thing. They didn't believe it would work. The Chinese had the juice, but it turned out that they did, and that was the problem. Even the Chinese, it kind of surprised the Chinese too. Like, I didn't think it would actually work this way, but it actually did. So you know what? We got a good thing going. Let's keep doing it. I think that's where we are now. I don't think the Chinese had as much confidence in this as it turned out, but it actually worked. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, go on, brother.
No, please go ahead.
Well, from what I've seen and been watching is that, man, the Chinese, it's kind of you biting the hand that fed you when they gave you all the jobs. The jobs were sent overseas. And one thing with China, with what's been going on is, man, they've been breaking so many laws and burning other countries when it came to trademarks, products, sneaking their products in, and they've been thinking they were bigger than they were, and they didn't understand that they gave you. And you look at, I think you just mentioned Britain. Britain had them addicted to opioids. America said,
I mentioned Bretton Woods, which is the dollar system, and not Britain.
Oh, my bad.
It's Bretton
my bad. Yeah.
The thing is, you don't realize how much sacrifice the Chinese put their people through to get here. People don't realize. That's why he wouldn't let me talk about pollution. Okay, 51% of Chinese water is still polluted to this day.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Their air is one that talk about air pollution. They sacrifice a lot to actually get here. They're not gonna give it up. Go ahead.
Seem like the great cultural revolution never ended. BGS, I'm not gonna lie. They say after Mao Zedong's time they shut that down, but nah, they've been striving for quite some time.
This goes all the way back to Wei Yun, back into 1857. Okay, that's how far back this idea goes. Okay, and Mao, and for that's why they welcomed the American in Kissinger in 68, okay, 67, okay. They had this plan all along. This is not something that they just thought about. It's been in the works for 150 years, okay. And the thing is, people don't realize how much China actually sacrificed to get here, okay.
And they stayed on script.
And they stayed on script. So the thing is that the United States didn't give China shit, okay. Why you think they moved the jobs to China, sir?
James?
No, hold on to the truth. Why do you think they moved the jobs to China?
Man, I thought it was, what was that? Free market, get more money without paying the American people.
In other words, let's say going to China, you make 90% profit. 90% profit. Okay. If you're a businessman, what would you do if you're a capitalist?
Yeah.
I'm asking you. Hold on to the truth. So, well, man, to me personally, in the long run, I wouldn't do it, but yeah, I wouldn't do it, man. I personally don't see it.
If you are a capitalist, what would you do? Are you a capitalist, sir?
Oh yeah, capitalist.
Yeah. And you're not. If you're a capitalist, it's not going to turn out 90% profit, sir. I'm sorry.
Even Donald Trump in his low days doesn't do it.
Say what? Say what? You don't know about that?
It's because what they've been doing is, man, they've been whatever you make.
I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. I don't care if you gonna make 90% profit. Okay, for the next 15 years, are you gonna turn it down?
And we're not talking about like 10,000. We're talking about millions and
billions, trillions of dollars. Okay, trillions of dollars. Why do you think the iPhone is still made in China to this day, sir?
Why do you think Apple is at $1 trillion? You think they got there yesterday?
No, but I heard they bringing a lot of the stuff back to what is it, Texas?
They bring back. They're going to automate it.
And no, what they might. What I'm saying is, regardless of that, okay, you're saying that we gave them something. We did not give them shit. Okay?
I mean, we sent all the stuff there and the tariffs were lax. How can you in America compete when they, like you said, 90% from China?
What I'm saying is, okay, if you go to work, does your boss give you money?
Well, yeah.
He gives you money. Just give you money.
No. Well, you work, you get paid.
You earn that money. He makes a profit off of you. That's why it's called capitalism. Okay, they did not give the Chinese shit. Chinese earned and sacrificed everything to get where they are. Man, people don't know how much the Chinese have actually sacrificed their people to actually get where they are.
No, they don't.
Well, that's the price of communism. The people have no rights now.
Nah, nigga, it ain't the price of communism.
Was it communism when they put our asses on plantations and worked us to death? Was that communism?
Well, no, we know what that was.
Slavery, right? That's capitalism, sir.
Pure capitalism.
When basically when they moved the slavery, modified slavery to the Northern Europe and worked those people to death in Northern Europe in those factories. Was that communism?
You're silent.
You cooking,
brother. We can't hear you, brother. We can't hear you.
He's cooking, man.
There's a reason I studied these motherfuckers for 30 years, man. For over 30 years. Over 30 years.
You can add the fact that look at child labor laws in America after the 1920s. They were killing children.
We look. Okay, Namrifa could tell you about the Congo and the Red Earth. Okay, the tantalum that has to go into your fucking cell phones. We don't care how many kids it kills. Okay.
Diamonds. I mean,
No. If they stop mining tantalum, I think it's tantalum in Congo
cobalt.
today, a billion cell phones couldn't be produced. Okay, they couldn't be.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
and nobody gives a shit about them 6-year-old kids and them 10-year-old
They don't.
in fucking Congo has to mine this shit and go through the red earth and will die at 21 years old. Nobody gives a shit.
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
It's called capitalism, man.
Yes.
What's the UFC fighter? Francis Ngannou.
Oh,
He worked in the mines, and he talked about how crazy it is, right? And
If we really cared about these people, we're sending our own people over there to work their goddamn clay, okay? Work their goddamn red earth, okay? We won't. Why?
Money, nigga.
No, it ain't money. The thing is, we don't want to do that dirty.
We don't want to do that, job. It's too dangerous.
That's the reason they moved that shit to China, because we didn't want the pollution and the dirty water and all the other shit that goes along with it. Okay, that's the reason.
And you don't. I'm sorry, because I was going to add something to what you were saying.
So we did not give them shit. Okay, they perfectly took on jobs that we would not do to advance their people.
And don't think the Chinese didn't know, as an it group, like how dangerous this stuff, because they seen people die, all that, and they're just like, all right, we'll figure a way.
Yeah, and they're still doing it because it's because they have a collective vision to move a certain way. Okay.
Yes.
So
but you know, BGS, but that dependency, when you got, you know, the mass people you sell into this country, when they put that tariff and you got nothing else going on, and then you got beef with all these other countries, man. You know,
no, but
you know, have they put themselves in a position of no return?
Okay, the thing. What is the opium of capitalism, sir?
Oh boy.
No, what is the opium of capitalism?
What you mean?
You know, the drug of capitalism, favorite drug of capitalism. What is it? Profits. Okay, they were talking about getting off, stopping this shit in 1998, 2003, 2008, 2010, 2015, and they're still fucking there today. Why are they still there?
Money.
It's cheaper to keep your nigga.
Profits, okay? They basically profits. They got the needle in the United States arm. They don't want to get off of it. Okay, that's the only reason. We did it to ourselves. They didn't do anything to us. They didn't come over. They actually steal all the technology. Okay.
I mean, 1984 talked about. The book says how the U.S. corporations, man, they sold themselves short.
Okay. I might, if I can find the text and stuff like that. I actually did this research. I was actually going to retire and actually write that book about why the tech companies moved to the first Taiwan, Korea, and blah blah blah. Right? There's a big lawsuit in Silicon Valley, man. It's still there. Fairchild versus something, right? Where they polluted like a bunch of land where these chip factories were, right? They had to move this shit, so they moved it to where? They moved to Taiwan first, okay, and then they moved to Korea. Your first personal computers were not built here. They were built where? They were built in Taiwan. They were never built here.
And BJ, you mentioned how dangerous it is to actually do these chips and the poison and that.
Why do you think they're moving this motherfucker to the middle of the desert of Arizona? There's a reason for it, because it's dirty. They did not. China. That's how come China has this big, what's it called? Green energy shit. They're trying to clean this shit up. They're trying to clean up the land, and clean up the water. Okay. For basic, why the Chinese used to wear a mask, okay, filter mask, because the air was so bad. Okay.
You couldn't even see the sun.
You couldn't even see the sun. So,
yeah, this shit is toxic. Toxic.
It was like northern England. It was like northern Europe during the 19th century. No, remember
during the Industrial Revolution.
With the fog, the dirty fog.
Yeah.
All the smog in the air.
some argon air.
carcinogens and shit. You just breathing in just casually.
So,
That's why so many people ending up with all these autoimmune diseases and like these lung disease, respiratory diseases. Like
that's why I call you people lovingly civilians, okay, or pedestrians, because you don't understand this shit because you haven't studied it. You're not supposed to know, okay?
And I believe BGS. I believe you're referencing these cases, Power Integrations versus Fairchild Semiconductor.
Yes.
Power Integrations sued Fairchild, alleging willful infringement of 4 U.S. patents relating to integrated circuit devices for power supply.
No. It was fair. It was Fairchild. Basically, it was I think it was Fairchild or somebody else versus the EPA versus the city because they polluted the land.
I got the next one. San Jose residents versus Fairchild and IBM.
Yes.
Residents of Los Pasos neighborhood in South San Jose filed a lawsuit against Fairchild and IBM, alleging the toxic industrial solvents from Fairchild's plant had contaminated their drinking water. This resulted in a closure of a well-known by the Great Oaks Water Company. The lawsuit also involved residents reporting high rates of birth defects and
Remember the Julia Roberts movie where she sued all those people?
Aaron Brockovich,
right? She was one of those people, okay? That's why they moved the shit, okay? Anyway.
Oh, it's another thing. Fairchild Semiconductor versus Power Integrations in China. Fairchild Semiconductor filed a patent infringement lawsuit against Power Integrations in China, seeking a permit injunction to prevent the sale, manufacture, and use of Power Integrations products in China that it allegedly infringed on 4 Chinese patents. Like, it's a whole bunch of these different cases, bro. Like,
but the main one, San Jose versus Fairchild and IBM.
That was the trigger.
It was triggered. They had to move that shit. EPA said you got to move this shit. Okay, that's why.
Fucking unhealthy, like just killing people.
One at a time.
I have a question for Dr. Marifa.
Okay, go ahead. Jump in.
Dr. Marifa, I have a question for you in regards to the tariff situation. How has the lower class of the Chinese population that work in the factories, how deeply has it affected them on the economic level? And has it created a lot of strife against the CCP? Because I've been watching some of the outlets like China Observer, and you're seeing a lot of the lower middle class really taking or business owners really taking a pounding due to these high tariff costs. And I don't know if it will. I'm wondering, will it cause internal strife against the current CCP?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Can you hear me now, Dr. Marifa?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, my question to you is, how has the lower middle class population of China dealt with the high tariff costs, and has it created a lot of political strife where it seems like there has been some turbulence? I've seen on some of the channels like China Observer where there's political discussions on obviously trying to get what's his name out of office or challenge the CCP. To try to come to the table, because obviously a lot of the goods are still at the docks, and it's just compounding, and obviously those business owners and workers are suffering. So, what's your insight?
Okay. I think there are a couple of things there to sort of separate, and so I'll answer the question that way. It's important to understand how this whole dynamic is seen from the Chinese eyes, right? And so, yes, there is an understanding there's going to be some pain, but that's not new to the Chinese system, Chinese society. You know, they've dealt with this before. I mean, when COVID was a good example, when the supply chains were just shut up all over the place. They showed that they could sort of absorb some of that pressure, and this tariff brinksmanship is no different. In fact, it's very limited compared to what they they went through just a few years ago. The other thing is that this is translating in the mainstream, not mainstream media, but mainstream political, society, mainstream Chinese society, as a nationalistic issue. So it's not necessarily a question of why are we not making a deal? It's a question of we are not going to be bullied by the hegemon. So it's a completely different translation of the same thing. And so, in so much as there's going to be dissatisfaction with the central government, which is not new, they've done that so many times. They constantly do it through their own means. They don't do it the same way, Americans do it, or the British or the Australians do it, but they have their own way of sort of expressing dissent with or disagreement with positions taken by the central government. And the central government tends to be quite responsive to some of those things. But to translate that to be an overturning of a system that has worked so well for them, particularly after the Deng Xiaoping era, we're not anywhere close to that, right? And even their political system has kind of evolved a little bit. So as much as they still retain that sort of, you can say, there's that communist core, for example, which is, but it has Chinese characteristics. I often describe it as a communist system with Chinese characteristics. So it's
Same thing with capitalism. They say the same thing.
Exactly. Exactly. So often when you hear, even that clip that you played with us in the beginning with the Senate hearing,
yes,
and it's the thing with Australia, you see it all the time in Britain. The key word, this is done deliberately sometimes. The key word that is often emphasized is communist, 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 communist. So that kind of pigeonholes the narrative into a box.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. Just the same way when we talk about profiling, when the stories, let's say, and this is even I come across these stories in the US. You probably know far better than I do on this. When an African American male does something, you know how the headline is going to look like. Right? When Dylan Ruth does something, he was just a nice kid, white angel who somehow had mental health issues. Right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to do it. He a good kid. He come from a good family. Whoopty whoopty whoop. But when it's a black male, 6 foot, 180 pounds, that armed and dangerous, comes from an underprivileged community. Whoopty whoopty whoop, in the same rigmarole. And it's like and these other guys that be talking about like communism and stuff like that. Y'all reference this communism, not even realizing it's a mixed system.
The thing is propaganda, and China do propaganda just like we do. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. This is all narrative control, exactly.
Yeah.
But in terms of the shock of this sort of, first of all, they saw this thing coming because again, not Trump's first term. Trump has been talking about this for years.
Yeah.
And two, they already started to sort of position themselves in a way to absorb the shock.
Yes.
Which is why this sort of brinksmanship didn't work the way it was thought it was going to work.
Right.
And this is why they're also moving to consolidate ASEAN. They're consolidating with Russia. They're consolidating with Africa in certain parts to sort of distribute that risk.
Yeah. So has Trump's rhetoric made it easier for them to do it?
No. This is why I was talking about statecraft.
Okay.
Trump's own Achilles heel, or let me say Trump's administration's Achilles heel right now is that almost, apart from Witkoff really, who has an instinct for it, but is not really experienced in it.
Okay.
You can't find any other person who really is good at sort of doing the statecraft that goes with the tariff.
And the guy that did is probably dead. Okay, he's died a couple of years ago. Okay,
exactly. And you can see, and that's why I was saying this is not even a Trump issue. You can go all the way back to look at Europe, like German top diplomat is Annalena Baerbock. You Europe's top diplomat is Kaya Kallas.
Yeah.
You know, David Lammy. These
Yeah.
kinds of Vanderlei. The quality is significantly subpar compared to what we had with the Kohls and you know, Kohl in Germany or
Yeah.
Brandt and people like that.
Yeah.
So even if you're using the tariffs to sort of say, okay, you know, I want us to have a renegotiation
Mm-hmm.
and come up with a different arrangement, you can't follow that through because of these other bits that the Chinese and the Russians and the Indians are very good at, because they don't have the capabilities to use the hammer the way the United States does. So you have to use statecraft, right? So that's where the issue comes in. Now, the translation, to go back to your question, is that the Chinese understand that this is an issue. It's almost a nationalistic issue. So it's not really. It's a part of the pain of the process of standing up to changing the status quo, standing up to the status quo rather, right?
Yeah.
And that creates a completely different thing. So the more the rhetoric comes through, the more you hear J.D. Vance. That's why they've been playing J.D. Vance a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And that message went all across, all the way to the top. Oh, you know, Chinese peasants, this and that.
Oh yeah.
It reinforces this idea that this is not about trade. This is about dominance.
Regional dominance and ideology and stuff like that.
Yes, it
Yeah.
becomes ideological. It becomes geopolitical, and not
Yeah.
necessarily economic.
Isn't that economic? Because the numbers don't work. If it's
Yes.
economics, the numbers don't work.
Exactly.
And everybody knows the numbers don't work. Even Chinese know the numbers don't work. It's not about money. It's about politics, and it's about dominance. You know, about white people holding on to their power.
Yes.
Control.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
Ukraine is all. It's all about that. Okay, that's why they're still trying to hold on to it.
And here's the thing, BGS.
One time. Hold on. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Just one last point. And what we've seen throughout history is that, particularly for the Eastern societies, is that they're willing to take far more pain.
Yes.
To defend this sort of nationalistic sentiment.
Yes.
As opposed to other societies. Certainly, we haven't seen this in Western societies in a very long time.
No.
But for the Chinese, I mean, this is BGS's lifetime. We're talking about the Cultural Revolution and the Great Leap Forward.
Yes.
Right. The Russians the same. The Iranians the same. They've been under sanctions from forever, right? In different iterations. So the pain threshold is very different.
Because first of all,
Pookie, hold on.
Yep. Okay. Yep. That's just all I wanted to add.
Okay. I was trying to tell people that the hot sauce that the pain threshold is different for us than for them. Remember, they were riding bicycles 30 years ago. Okay. Yes. We haven't ridden bicycles in like 120 years, as far as that's concerned. Okay.
Hey, yo, you said 120 years.
Yeah, but the automobile was invented when? Okay, we were riding horses how long ago?
No, I'm not disagreeing. It's just the way it sounds, like, you know.
Yeah.
They ain't riding bikes, but I agree with you.
Go ahead, Pookie, and then hold the truth.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, because, like, I mean, that's just very clear. I mean, I'm taking a course on what is it? I guess it's populist populist socialist film study. So basically, we've been going through the films of the beginning of I guess the Soviet Union, from actually even a little bit before with Imperial Russia, all the way up into the collapse. So it's like they just in the last 30 years they went through a whole collapse in Russia. Like their whole way of life was changed. Like people in the U.S. haven't gone through that kind of shit like in the last 150 years. Like
no. We went through it in the 30s. Okay, that was a depression. Okay, we went through it.
Well, no. What I mean is not like economic. I mean like they whole like the Soviet Union like stopped existing. Like their whole territory was restructured.
There was economics that caused that. Okay. They ran out of money. And basically, McNamara told me they was going to run out of money in 1977. Okay, they knew it well ahead of time. They could not keep up the pace of competing with the U.S. economically. That's why they collapsed. And that's what they tried to do again in the Ukraine. Okay, try to do it again. Go ahead.
Is Putin trying to rebuild the Soviet Union? Is that
no?
Because that's what a lot of
They can't afford to do that, man. Otherwise, they would. They can't. That's why it collapsed in the first place. It was too big. They couldn't afford to keep it together. That's what happened the first time. So they're not gonna make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, don't ever believe that lie that Putin's trying to get the old gang back together.
That's to keep Europe fighting. But Putin Putin could have took the whole Ukraine if they really wanted to take the whole Ukraine. They didn't. Why? They can't afford it. It's called money. Okay.
Pookie, I'll give you an example. It's like a woman buying a big ass house knowing she can't afford the utility bills.
Utilities and
don't talk about black women like that.
And the insurance and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't talk about these single black women like that. Ooh, let me shut up.
There's a reason they let it go. It had more to do with money than it did with anything else. Okay, which is the reason they took the Chinese money to get them out of the straits that they're in. If it wasn't for the Chinese digging them out financially, they would have never got out. And which pissed the West off. Okay, which is another reason they don't. They have an adversarial relationship with the Chinese. It's a love-hate relationship with the Chinese.
And based off my research, initially when China became a communist state, they weren't even fucking with the Soviet Union. So that's kind of, for them two to be together like that, it ain't like a match made in heaven. Let's just keep it above.
They were fucking with each other because they fought the Korean War together. Okay.
Based off my research, initially the communist state of China, like the Chinese officials, they were burning a lot of the ideology of the Soviet Union because they said they were contaminated by capitalism. At that point, this is like the '60s and like onto the '70s and stuff like that, where they had established the Red Book in communist China.
What separated the communists, Russia from China was in '67. Was actually a border dispute between Russia and China, and they're actually going to nuke Beijing. Okay, that's the reason. Go back and look at it. That's why Kissinger had an advantage. Okay,
that's how I tell my history teacher. Say less.
Yeah, go back and look at it. Go back and read Kissinger's book on China. Okay.
Yeah, it's a very good book.
Yeah.
Very, very good book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, you got something to say? Real quick, before we go to Hold the Truth.
Oh no, that's fine. I think we can just organically build from there. But I think you made the point accurately. So.
Yeah. You tell me if I'm wrong, man. I depend on you. You're the expert.
No, you're right. You're right.
If I'm off, yeah. If I'm off, tell me.
Anybody who references Kissinger on China is that's like the Bible.
It is. It is the Bible.
How to engage at that level.
Yeah. And when Kissinger went to China for the last time, it was nobody else met him except Xi.
Yes.
Met him personally. He said, "Welcome." Yes. What he said? Well, welcome, old friend.
Yes, and they understand. One of the greatest things that happened at that time was the re-entry of, Kissinger facilitated basically the re-entry of China to the international community of nations, right?
Mm-hmm.
And switched over the Taiwanese.
Which Quigley hated that idea. He still did, till the day he died, he hated that idea.
Oh yes.
For obvious reasons, but he was right. But for obvious reasons.
Exactly. And so yeah, Kissinger is one of those few diplomats. Say what you will about him. He had a lot of opportunistic tendencies. Everybody knows that.
He did.
And did all sorts of crazy things. But his grasp of international order and how that functions.
How functions. There's two books you read by Kissinger. Read On China and the World Order by Kissinger. Okay.
Oh yeah.
You really want to know?
Yeah.
You really want to get deep into this modern statecraft? Read those two books. Okay.
Yes.
I'm just trying to pass my history class.
No, well, you probably will fly. You probably already have, but go ahead.
No, absolutely. Those are normally mandatory readings whenever I do my I engage with the university in the university space. Even when you talk about international law, I normally make sure that my students engage those books and at the onset. That's basic. Once you understand that, then we can then we can talk. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because ultimately, in this kind of more complex, more dispersed world where power is distributed, not just amongst the poles, multi-poles, but also with the emerging middle powers, right? Your Turkeys, your Iran, UAE, then it means it's going to become more and more expensive to use the hammer all the time. So even the calculation with Trump and Iran is becoming far more complex in essence because of that.
Yeah, I'm getting the sense that Hicks has walked. People that actually wanted to attack Iran got walked out by Hicks earlier this week.
Yeah, it's a big debate. It's a big debate.
It was. Not anymore.
The reason why I'm saying it is because of the endurance power of this agenda. So just because it's off now, doesn't mean it's not going to be brought up. They've been trying to do this for the last 40 years anyway.
Yeah, and it actually has evolved a lot. Okay.
Yes, it kind of reminds me of the time Colin Powell was trying to slow down this Iraq war stuff.
Yes.
And initially, when he secured or rather, President Bush accepted the proposal to take the matter to the UN, it seemed as though war in Iraq was off the table.
Okay.
And within the circles of, the the national security circles of Washington at the time, there was a sense amongst Colin Powell's camp, and I'm sure Lawrence Wilkerson has talked about this at some point, but there was a sense that, okay, this thing is going to go to the UN, which is it's a much bigger threshold, and the intention was to dissuade the Bush team from sort of pushing on with that Iraq war issue, and sort of refocus on Afghanistan, which is what Colin Powell wanted to do. But very shortly afterwards, because of the terms of so-called negotiation, and we know these maximalist terms are not necessarily designed to negotiate, it was very quickly realized that that was a tactical victory, but did not really move the needle in a strategic sense.
No,
because the decision had already been made, and the ducks are in line, as they say, right? I don't know.
Yeah, ducks in a row. Yeah.
Yes. So ultimately, even that statement that Paul read to the United Nations, there's a reason why. That's the reason why he had George Tenet in camera shot. To basically say this is not the State Department statement. This is the CIA saying it. And you kind of get the sense that the push, the opportunity. There's a lot of people who are seeing an opportunity within the Trump establishment itself. Who are seeing an opportunity here to follow through with this agenda that has been there for a long time.
Yeah.
Now, Trump has done very well to sort of hold the line. I think he's, his instinct. Usually we talk about his vision and his instinct, but that alone is not going to be enough.
No.
To forestall these guys who keep iterating. The best example of that is Victoria Nuland. If you look at her career, from the Dick Cheney from a staffer to Dick Cheney to all of a sudden being an assistant to Donald Trump. I mean, sorry, to Hillary Clinton
Hillary
and the
Clinton,
Biden
and then
administration.
Biden, yeah. Yep.
You know, it's a uniparty thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Iran is one of those people.
And Trump was the fly in the punch at the garden party. Okay, stuck at the garden. He actually broke that line. Yeah.
Yes, but even that, you can see how that struggle is. It's actually fascinating when you see Ukraine is a very good example where you see the Kellogg, Rubio, Waltz faction, and you have the Witkoff, Trump faction, if you like. You know, and you see there's a struggle between those two. So Witkoff goes to Iran, Rubio goes to Europe, and you know, and then now he'll have to jump off again to Moscow and then do all these things. So, you know, it's a very interesting dynamic even within the administration itself, which goes back to what Nixon said once, that the biggest belligerents that he had to face were not
the external,
but were the people across the Potomac River, right? Your Congress, your NATSEC, people like that. And Trump is fighting. That's the battle, especially with Iran, because we have some of the MAGA folks who also are very sympathetic to this idea, right? Because you know it's just one of those reactions, you know, kind of like Europe with Russia. Iran does something to the psyche, you know, and then on top of that you have the pressure from the Zionists. It becomes a whole big sort of wrestling match, pretty much. But I'll give credit to the president for. If this was any other president, if let's put it this way, if this was the opponent, we would be in a different.
Nightmare.
If this was the alternative, because he was the other. Trump didn't win, Harris was going to win, right?
Yeah, she's going to carry on the fight as she's supposed
to.
Yeah,
precisely. Then the resistance won't be there. So, or at least the attempt to hold the line, which is, you know, what Trump did when he said, okay, yeah, Iran is going to do this, going to do that, but we're going to have talks.
Yeah. And all the belligerents, he actually backed down, and Hegseth. I knew Hegseth would back down. Okay, Hegseth backed down off of China. Hegseth backed down off of Iran too, because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and they look at the board, they look at those maps.
Yeah.
And especially now with the economy the way it is, the tariff thing.
And I think China holding military exercises right before we're here. Okay, don't get it twisted. It's kind of like a force. Yeah.
So what these niggas want to do? They want to invade China? Like, what the fuck is that going to do?
No. You're getting it all wrong, Pookie. They want to control China. They don't want to invade China. Invading China is a nightmare with 3 billion people. It's a nightmare. Okay.
Yeah, Hegseth himself said you'd only last like what 72 hours.
72 hours, yeah.
Yes, it's about that's what the Umbrella Revolution was all about. So that's what Tiananmen was all about.
Oh yeah.
It's about controlling the center.
Yeah, they tried. The first color revolution was at Tiananmen Square in '89. Yeah,
exactly. It's about
it didn't work there, but they just moved it other places like the Middle East and then Europe.
Yes,
because there was actually a color revolution in Ukraine. So, but it didn't work. Beijing shut it down. They could have killed more people. They didn't, but they shut it down. It didn't work in China.
They don't even put that shit in the history book. Like they wiped that whole event off the map.
No,
in China. Like that's.
Oh, it was not in the text. It's not in the textbook, but it's still there. Yeah.
I mean, I know it's still there, but like the way like how the kids don't know about it, like how like we as Black people, like me as a youth, like I know about MLK and the civil rights movement. How they don't know about a whole revolution is just insane to me. Like
this is why the stuff you hear on here, you will not hear even in an advanced college course. You won't hear it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Because I've been studying this stuff for so long, I know it like the back of my hand. Okay. That's why I tell you stuff about the Asian currency crisis in '97, right? When when Soros attacked the Thai bot, it was actually an attack on Chinese wealth. Okay, that's what it was actually an attack on. But it started in Thailand when he attacked all the Asian currencies. Okay, all at once. Yeah, that's what it was about. Because of number one, Hong Kong going back to China, and then also China funding Russia. They want to stop that.
They didn't want to. They wanted to make sure Russia was on its last legs. Like damn, like
okay, and basically, the reason your metals and stuff went down from like 1989 to like 1995 is because they were raping Russia of its minerals. The oligarchs are actually raping Russia. They're getting stuff out of Russia for pennies on the dollar. And Russia was on its economic knees until China rescued them. And the United States is still pissed off about that.
and them niggas been acting like shit. Like them Russians been acting like ever since, man. It's like a whole new country over there. A whole bunch of new possibilities.
Which people say that Russian Chinese situation is complex. It's not as complex as people think it is. Okay, it's not. Okay, because if China wanted Russia to fall, they could have just not turned on the BRICS currency exchange, shit like that. They could have just let them fall. They could have let them fall. They didn't. They came in and actually turned this shit on and rescued them. Okay, otherwise they wouldn't be in this position. Okay,
It looks like they locked there for life type shit. Like they bosom buddies. Like it's China and Russia. Like
I mean, Russia and Putin owe China a life debt right now. That's not going to get broken. Okay, that's why they went after Russia first. Okay, and Iran, and when Iran was actually the target of 9/11, really, because they actually wanted to get Iran, cut the oil off from China, but China did a parallel move by doing what? They went to Africa and South America instead. So that's why we play chess, Chinese play Go. Okay, you got us here, but you're actually vulnerable here and here. Okay, that's where they went. And you can stop me. Can you actually stop me if I'm actually wrong? Okay.
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
You're absolutely right.
They did a whole pivot. Okay, and so by the time the United States was locked into the Middle East, okay, they couldn't move. Okay, China just pivoted. Okay, which cost Gaddafi his life, but that's another story.
it is what it is, man.
Yeah,
That's a complete
that's behind the wall shit. But anyway,
that's behind the wall. Yeah,
that
is a
they put a target on that man back, but yeah, respect it.
It's one day we'll do a lockdown and I'll tell you all about what I know about this shit. Okay, everything I know about.
I'm taking a course on Africa next, BGS, so I may have to purchase some of your private time.
You got an expert right there, man. He probably knows more about Africa than I'll ever know. Okay.
I have a question, Master Teacher.
Yes, sir.
If I'm not mistaken, unlike chess, it's like checkers or chess for that matter.
Yeah.
In the game of Go, the objective is to occupy as much space with the least number of moves.
And
that's what the Chinese did. They went through the path of least resistance.
Yes.
By heading into Russia, into Africa.
And Africa, yeah. And in South America too.
What about, and speaking of rising markets, around the time China was on the rise, India was also on the rise. Excuse me if I'm talking kind of funny. It's just
why was India on the rise?
I mean,
no, there's an answer to it. But the thing is, what do you think? You don't have to be right. What do you think?
A lot of it had to do with India starting to
is one answer.
Industrialization.
Y2K. IT. What are they specializing in right now, right? Y2K.
IT.
The United States didn't have enough software engineers to actually correct Y2K problems, right?
Y2K
guess where they went? India.
And
started training all these kids to do what? Be IT professionals, right?
Become IT professionals, especially in the city of Bangalore, which is in eastern part of India, which is where.
And once you have all these software kids connecting all this stuff, especially with the internet, what are you gonna set up next, right? Little
call centers and tech support.
Is tech support, right? Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're where they're at right now.
Oh, I see a cricket bat across my back in my immediate future for this one.
No, it's not. Most people don't put those two things together.
I keep forgetting about that, but yeah. But once you said Y2K, that's when that triggered, and I remembered. Oh, right, yeah.
Go read "The World Is Flat" by Thomas Friedman, 2001. Okay?
Yeah.
And I ain't gonna lie, BGS. I'm a young dumbass nigga. Can we get a little one-on-one
No,
Y2K?
Pookie, I won't let you do that. Hammer still. I won't let you do that.
We're all dumbass niggas when we're in our 20s, man. Don't.
Yeah. Don't feel bad.
Don't beat yourself up too hard.
I mean, I've been at this for a very long time, man. So I wasn't this smart when I first started. Okay.
Nobody was.
Yes,
Nobody
brother.
was.
I will positively reinforce myself. From this point.
But I'm trying to give you what I didn't get. Okay, I had to find the shit out by myself.
Yeah. I wish I'd had half the stuff BGS was talking about when I was in my 20s. Good Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's the saying again? What you learn late in life, teach your children early.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And just
hey, you know what? I was proud of my grandson because he said that. I said, if you learn how to do math and read, you basically have everything. I said, yep. Finding learning, aren't you?
Everything's mathematics and reading.
It's just language, right? Math is another language. That's all it is.
Man. I mean, what is it? The quote. We can do things the easy way, or we can do things the hard way. The choice is yours.
Yeah.
And it's no wonder so many men have metaphorically speaking, a lot of severe CTE.
Yeah. That's why a lot of the political guys do not like me because it flies in the face of what they believe.
Right there.
Can they get emotional?
Yeah.
And then they want to start using ad hominem.
They do because their team didn't win. Okay.
Crybaby ass niggas.
What they find out is there is no team. Okay.
Yeah. BGS. I don't have an ideology. You're wrong.
And I don't like either side. What's what they don't realize. Go ahead, Reefer.
Neither do I. But anyway,
to what we just said about India, which you're absolutely right. But just coming at it from a sort of different sort of policy perspective is that
please do.
Just to complement what you're saying is that we had from 1991. The policies of Prime Minister Mohandas Singh, right, which created that sort of policy landscape. Because basically, it was almost like not necessarily a copy, but something similar to what Deng Xiaoping was trying to do, or rather did in China, right?
Okay.
And that was about from 91 to about 96, 97. So by the time the Y2K wave was really starting to kick in, that whole environment had been set up for India to take advantage of and just explode. So I just wanted to add that little bit as well, because just to add to that.
Because the United States poured a ton of money into India to do that shit, man. A ton of money.
Yeah, exactly. And so you're absolutely right. Manmohan, sorry, not Mohandas, Manmohan, I think. I always confuse those two names. Manmohan Singh, yeah. So his economic policies were pretty much that sort of liberalization policy, etc. Were also a factor in basically what BGS was saying about harnessing that IT wave and exploding India's economy to become that sort of global.
They just burst onto the scene. And they're shipping these guys out left and right, man.
Exactly.
And we mad because we got left in the dust.
No, they don't. Okay, like one guy was telling you, right? It costs 1/10 of the price as you train the kid in India than it does here.
It's called outsourcing.
It's called outsourcing. It's called money, brain outsourcing. Okay, that's what they did.
Cheaper. I mean, you go where because remember, most of these companies are about maximizing their profits, so they got to get costs down, which is more cost effective in the short term.
Well, the thing is, the government has to train these kids. Okay, so it's the price that the government has to pay. If you can do it, they do it cheaper. You do it cheaper, right? Same thing. Why they took 20 to 25,000 engineers from Kenya and went to Germany. Okay, because they're cheaper. They've already been trained, okay, by somebody else. Somebody else already picked up that tab.
Just like how, if I'm not mistaken, when Europe was rebuilding itself after World War II, and they're bringing so many people from the rest of the world. Well, in the case of
they're talking about the what is called it? What do they call them? Especially England, they call them the.
Not just in England, like in the case of Germany, when they brought in so many Turkish guest workers.
Yeah.
In the 60s, 70s. The problem was they were hoping they would go back.
Well, not really, because once you get the bodies in and get them trained, okay, if they go back, what do you have?
No, after they were done. I mean, after they were
even after they're done rebuilding, okay, you have to keep them. Why? It's because if they leave, you have a depleted work pool.
Ah, right. Oh, right. Just like what's his name? George Carlin said this about the working class, the poor, and the upper class. And the poor are there to scare the fuck out of the working class, so they keep repairing those jobs.
Yeah. Because
with so many people from former French colonies who were being imported into France, or like how many people were brought from the DRC to Belgium, was Rhonda Baruti. UK was bringing so many people from Africa and from the Caribbean as well. So yeah, to rebuild these nations. The Netherlands, they had Suriname as well as the Dutch Antilles.
Yeah, because the France was stealing kids from northern Africa for years. Yeah, they don't talk about it, but for years.
Also, I remember because you brought up the whole thing about kidnapping kids. I remember there was also the concept of the farming system in the UK using Nigerian children.
Yes.
Forgotten his name. His name is actor Adewale something. He talks about he was a child of that. The musician Seal, he was a product of that as well.
Yep.
They were the children of the farming system in the UK. It was a type of process scam.
They called them, I forget the name that they called them. The Windrush kids. Windrush immigrants. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, folks, anything else before I go? Then we'll get out of here.
I appreciate you, BGS.
Okay. Go ahead, hold the truth.
Oh yeah. Well, to say something, reply. One thing Pookie said is about that thing going on with Texas is that we gotta understand, man. They control the mass majority of the media. I get surprised that that black people still in 2025 are shocked that the media, mostly white owned, is spitting on black people when they get the chance. You know what I'm saying? There's something else they just showed with what Trump was doing is that a lot of the farmers that were getting all these handouts are now getting treated like kind of like the black farmers when they get nothing. They're losing their mind.
Ain't no goddamn money, man. There ain't no money. What are you gonna do?
But they losing their mind. But my thing.
Same way with the federal workers are getting laid off. Okay, people gonna suffer.
The free ride is over.
Free ride is over. Go ahead. But the thing is, black people have just as much to do with that case in Texas as white people.
Yeah, that press conference proved that today. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Yes.
I didn't want to say it. I don't know how you feel about the.
I said. In fact, black people have probably more to do with that shit in Texas than white people.
No, I mean, what did AB say? I didn't hear. We said kind of muffled.
Okay, go ahead, AB. Repeat. Somebody.
That press conference they had today proved that.
Proved it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a disaster. But anyway.
All right, because I have been dealing with this shit for the past 2 weeks, man.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
say anything because I know how you feel about it. You didn't want to go over it again.
I mean,
Yeah.
I get headaches from it because people get so impassioned and stuff like that, and nobody knows what happened unless you were there. I don't want to talk to you.
His parents ain't helping. That's for damn sure.
There's probably a reason for that. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Well, with that, I mean, it's kind of like what he's doing. Come on, man. He got to that point. We know the household was already poisoned. But another thing is, it's kind of like what happened in the train thing. I don't want to spend time on it too long, but the train thing is, New York, where that dude, took that dude unalived and whatever.
Yeah.
But they got the media. I've been telling brothers this, man. When slavery ended, I tell brothers this, and it's very simple
When it's
to understand is that everything after that was a lesser crime. You know what I'm saying? That's everything after that was a lesser crime. You know what I mean?
Culture doesn't shift. The thing is, a lot of stuff is about culture takes a long time to shift, man. It doesn't shift overnight. Okay, it takes hundreds of
Oh
years.
no, BG, I understand. But another thing is this, man, and you look at the white media.
After 500 years, the Western Europe still hates the Russians after 500 years. Okay, it ain't changed. Okay.
I'll say this though, thing with the media and all that stuff, man. The black people, every chance they get, you look at. I'll use hip hop for an example. You create a form of music because you couldn't afford certain access, and who gives you the awards? You go to the Grammys to get an award. The empowerment that's constantly coming from trying to get some white validation. You know what I'm saying?
You know why? Guess where they get their money? The vast majority of their money from.
No, they were making money from their own.
No. White people buy 70% of the records. Okay, even in hip hop.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. So, to me, way I look at it, that's a bonus. They're gonna buy.
It's not a bonus.
That's inevitable.
It's economic facts. Okay.
No, I understand.
That's everything. That's everything.
No, I mean, what I'm saying is they're gonna buy it, of course.
Make your point. OG from NWA say the exact same thing. White people buy the majority of the records. Okay, is what it is.
You're gonna get money from that. That's inevitable. You know what I mean? They buy it. They're the majority of the population. That's one thing they've been doing to the blacks. Is the greatest way to control them is we're the majority. So
if you don't
fall in line.
If you don't like it, leave. You can leave.
No, you don't gotta leave. If you are making, I look at it like this. All right, let's say I'm making $3 million from my fellow black community. Then I'm making 15 million from the whites. Okay, I'm still gonna pocket that money.
Okay.
Do I need to go to the Grammys? Do I need the awards where I'm gonna make money anyway?
Yes, you do.
I don't, man.
Yes, you
don't
do.
need it, man.
Yeah, you do.
You don't need it, man. That's what's been destroying the black community.
Are you actually in the industry?
No, I've spoken to some people.
Are you?
No, I didn't like that. No.
That's where the money. Ask Jay-Z, okay? Ask Puffy. Ask all these other people, okay? Where the money is, okay?
With the white folks, and you got it. When you go there, it's not just.
This is a white European country, okay? It is what it is.
Like it or not.
Like it or not.
Which means when you are going to these Grammys, it's not enough to be at the award show. You got to go at the after parties because you got to go there and network and do dealings with certain people.
I mean, for what reason? If I'm
the only record company ever made it, black record company ever made it, and actually made it good big was Motown. That's the only one.
Motown, oh yeah.
The only one.
And here's the thing, bro. If that's the case, with hip hop on the truth, brother. If that's the case with hip hop, how come Rakim is in a multi-millionaire? How come Big Daddy Kane is a multi-millionaire? How come Kumo D ain't no multi-millionaire? If that's the case,
look at how they spend their money.
Okay.
Look how they spend their money. What about Whoa, what about Duck Down? Go on, B. That's my bad.
Okay. This is the playing field that you have. What are you gonna do with it? You can't change it. What you gonna do?
You just take the money. It's a bonus.
No, what
And,
you have to play the game according to the field. I do it all the time. Okay, I do it all the time. I've been doing this for 20 years. I know what the game is. Okay, I'm just trying not to get murked by doing it. Okay.
Yeah, you got to play the cards that's given
You got
to
to
you.
play the cards that's given to you. You guys want to change the deck. You can't do it. I've been hearing this shit for 40 years. You cannot change the board. You got to play the board as it is. Okay? Stop trying to rearrange the rules. Play the
They
game.
trying to change it. BGS, they trying to change all the chess pieces and shit. When they get their king checkmated, oh no, that wasn't my king, that was a pawn. Nah, get up out of here, bro.
When you give them a way to actually get around this shit, they get scared. I don't want to hear that shit. They don't want to do that shit, man. I know. I'm pro-black. Been that way for like 35 years. I'm inside and out. I know the game, okay? It's bullshit. Y'all talking. Y'all talking.
Me, I've seen it, over 20 years. It's the same place. So you made 5.
I'm inside of the beast. I seen it. I seen niggas back down when you give them an alternative, okay?
We know that. We know that. We know that. It's inevitable.
Look what happened to reparations, right? All they had to do was keep the FDA keep the fucking mouth shut. They did. Why? Because they Negroes, okay? They fucked that up, okay?
Negroes.
Well, with that is how many, the thing with the FBA thing is that how many of those people saying it, you remember that joke Chris Rock said, how many of them is niggas versus how many is blacks?
It don't matter. The leaders should have known if we got traction and reparations behind these people, get behind these people and push instead of trying to divide the power, okay? They didn't do that shit, okay? They fucked it up. You had a moment. I knew they were gonna fuck it up, and they did. I've been doing this shit too long. You've heard me for the last 2 hours. Do I sound like I know what I'm actually talking about?
Oh, of course, man. It's stuff that, brother. Yeah, I know. To me, I've seen it, man. It's this. My thing is the path gets old. The guy makes $5 million. You got more than enough money. The community you from is dirt cheap, and you sell out for an extra 10 when you already had enough. To me, the white money is a bonus. Man.
You have a whole globe, okay? You don't have to stick with white money. You have a whole globe.
Oh no. 100%. Well, that's another combo with it, brother. Yeah. You go overseas. Remember Tina Turner? I heard she went overseas and dominated.
Hey, dominate. You have a whole globe. You don't have to stay here.
No. I mean, you could build up here and maneuver the world, man. You know what I mean?
Dude, I'm getting tired of talking to Negroes about it. Sit down, man. Sit down, okay? I've been dealing with this goddamn camaraderie Anthony. That's kid shit. It happens every day in Chicago. It happens every day in fucking LA, in Philly, all kinds of shit. Okay.
Every single day.
And the only thing is a white guy and a black guy, an upper middle class black guy, upper middle class white guy from the same neighborhood.
Same old way to get them ratings, man. You know what I'm saying? Black and white.
And black folks are feeding right into it, just like everybody else.
Race,
even worse.
Both sides are race hustling right now.
Yes, making money.
This is why I'm staying out of it.
It ain't just white. It ain't just white folks. Black folks are basically doubling down on this crap. Okay.
Well, I just saw a few brothers go away from it, but you 100% race hustling. That right there is the gold man.
I mean,
what's the majority doing though? Fuck a few.
Keep
it a buck.
So I'm getting sick. I'm getting sick of seeing this shit on social media and black press and all that kind of stuff, man. You know, until the evidence comes out, we actually know what happened. Okay, I don't want to hear about it no more.
That's another reason I haven't commented. I don't know.
But yo, BGS, man, we might have to march to Costco. You know,
you have to do what?
Remember Al Sharpton marched to Costco to support them.
Don't get me started on Sharpton, okay?
Oh, your favorite hoe?
My favorite hoe. Yeah.
Snake informant ass nigga.
Especially when he ran for a Democratic seat paid for by Republicans. Come on, man.
Who you trying to fool, man?
That's
Nigga
why.
think he because he lost weight that he changed his personality.
A hoe is a hoe. But the thing is, that's why I don't like talking about Kamala Anthony, because it gets emotional. Okay, and nobody would know shit about what happened. Okay. Oh, I think it was in the tent spot, him trespassing. Oh, the white boys just being racist, blah blah. Nobody knows what the fuck happened. Okay,
Need to know them details.
They were kicking him in the head. Were you there?
And then the other thing, how we know it's even real. You know what I'm saying? The amount of things we've seen over the years.
It's real. It's real.
Come on, bro. Yeah, these YNs are out here, bro. They out here.
Hey, the yellow tape. Okay, the yellow tape around this crime scene shows that it's real. Okay, it's real. That's real. Okay. You ain't gonna see
I believe it because he.
You ain't gonna see no judge. Ain't gonna see no judge talk about it if it's not real. Okay.
These little young niggas are violent, bro. I believe it. I ain't gonna lie, and they need to be checked too.
What I'm saying is,
there ain't no checking that.
They just shot up a school in Florida. Okay, this shit happens all the time. Okay?
And yo, BGS, notice that happens every few years. That's going down to get some. To me, that's become ratings now. Go to school, Call of Duty that. Get some ratings for the next months. You know.
Okay, what the real problem is, no one wants to talk about is you have these kids on these drugs when they're kids. Okay, and they flip out. Okay.
Ritalin.
We know that. We know that.
Like the antipsychotics,
the ADHD drug. Okay. That's
Ritalin. You know the worst one is there ain't no fathers there. So.
No, I had a kid in Orange County, had 2-parent household, upper middle class, killed his whole family behind that shit. Okay.
This shit makes you. I can speak personally to this BGS because I actually just got off those type of pills and I've been taking them most of my life. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? When you get off that medication, they say some of the side effects is making you suicidal, violent. You know what I'm saying? Like impulsive. Like it's just ridiculous. And actually, truthfully, to be honest with you. Without that buffer, like I ain't gonna lie, when I got off that medication, I was a little different. You feel me? But some niggas, you know, they mentally already so unstable that it don't take much.
It doesn't take many. You got a few million of these kids on this shit, and it only takes a few to actually flip out.
And then you water down. Then the watered down parenthood anyway.
No, I had nothing. Okay, man. Anyway, all right. Let me get out of here. Okay, it was no watered down parents. Okay. It has nothing to do with it. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, y'all. All right, Ed. You're late, but we got a few minutes. Go ahead, man.
What, Ed's coming up?
He's right there. If that's Ed, is it? Is you,
Ed? Shit. I didn't even know you was actually live. You know how?
No, I was getting ready to get off, but yeah. Go ahead.
We're 4 hours in.
Yeah, go ahead, Ed. I'll give you a few minutes.
No, yeah, man. I mean, hey, man. I hope y'all having a good day, man. You know, Jesus, I don't even want to bring the room down with some of the bullshit people be doing online. But anyway, no. What were y'all talking about?
We're ending with the press about Carmelo Anthony and these kids on these drugs and shit like that. Why these kids shoot up the town and all that kind of crap. Okay, they're on these.
Yeah, I was just listening to the Florida State shooting. As well. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you know, as far as the Carmelo situation, yeah, we'll see what the tape is because I mean, it's just so much bullshit around that. I'm glad to be out, but so he gets day in court. We've already talked about that on art. As far as Florida State shooting, I mean, at some point they're gonna have to be accountable to all this bullshit that's going on because it's like stuff back to back to back to back. But I ain't gonna hold.
This is an acceptable loss, okay? Because they could have ended with Columbine was a seminal thing about this kind of stuff. But it's actually acceptable to actually keep giving these kids these goddamn drugs, okay?
Yeah, actually, I agree with that. Yeah, they've determined that once you start seeing white people get messed up like this, it's acceptable losses. And you're talking about the drug part. Like, what do you mean when you say like they're putting on?
90% of these kids are on ADHD, even the adults. Okay.
Yeah, you did that a long time ago. Okay, that's what it is. usually when they're doing this.
Yeah. They when they try to get off or they try to do something else, they flip out. Okay.
And BGS,
Do they actually have ADHD though, BGS?
The thing is, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's just normal, but they still give these kids these drugs. Go ahead.
Well, I'll say one thing quick is that, man,
Have a good night.
we see, like you said, with Columbine, they don't change the white school. There's no metal detectors and none. Because at the end of the day, the image for the most violent is us anyway. So these little things that's happening, it ain't gonna mean nothing. Another one's coming anyway. We have Virginia Tech. The list goes on. I mean, we can stack them up.
The thing is, we don't get to the bottom of the fucking problem because nobody actually wants to do anything about it.
And here's the thing, man. Like, my thing is, if that's the take they want to take it, let them have at it. Because the reality is, that's them fucking up that's white people fucking up other white people, number one. And number two, even the drug aspect, when you look at, like, between that, fentanyl, and all the other stuff, like, the white population, like, there's a big part of white population is really fucked up.
Why do you think Trump made Canada and Mexico cut off the fentanyl?
Yeah, even the thing, with the Narcan, because, like, I get it, it is fucked up. They don't put these people in jail because they try to treat it like a health crisis. But understand that when they don't put them in jail and they're not getting access to health care like that, they're not getting access to, getting off of that stuff. They're just out. So when you look at what that does to the population, their bodies ravaged by that shit because they're not even to come down. That's why they try to put the Narcan in the damn Walgreens, but Narcan is just supposed to dying. Once you get hit with fentanyl really once or twice like that, you're really kind of low key done for. It's just you're on the clock. So it's not like you can come back from that and be 100% solidly normal. So the more they get messed up with that, and that never stopped, even with COVID. I mean, if anything, COVID kind of gave a reprieve because everybody got locked down. So, I mean, shit, if that's them cannibalizing each other. So, that's how I see it.
Edmund, I'm gonna say, son, a cop told me this, man. And not to interrupt y'all, that cop told me, man, he was working from here, where I'm in the urban area, and he said, man, he was working in the suburbs for a minute, one of his friends, and they told him they caught somebody in there with some, with a lot of drugs. And they said, nope, don't call it. We need the town to stay clean. So just let him pass and go into the urban area, do whatever he's got to do. But here we need to keep these numbers. He said the chief told him, keep the numbers down. Whatever he's got, just let him slide. We got a community to uphold. Got an image to uphold.
That's why they try to push the drugs into the black communities to be sold.
Hide this shit. They want to hide it.
No. They want to control it.
Yes, and even then they wreck that. So the problem is the culture. They can't separate the culture, like the cultural spillover from like rap music, and not to mention the bullshit that goes on in white neighborhoods completely independent from black people. See, that's where there's a cost under policing white people too, because what happens is they start spinning out orbit with this shit. And then they just keep on trying to undercut it. Well, yeah, you let them fall on the wayside too. So there's a cost to doing that too. And what's happening is white people, all these costs of all of this nepotism and bullshit is starting to hit them at the same time. And they don't really know what to do. They don't know what to do because their natural reaction, you see this in the Austin Metcalf situation, is to fall on the tried and true, blame the Negroes for breathing a white man's hair bullshit. But again, that's not going to solve their problem. I say to white people the same thing as to black women. Blaming black men is not going to solve your problem. And these problems, not solving the problem, well, Darwinism is just going to, as you say, BGS, it's going to correct itself.
And blaming the Negro is not going to solve the problem because you need the Negro, okay?
And BGS, one thing, you said, son, with it, they flooded into the black community. But what's the image they've been projecting? The whites go to the black community to get the drugs. They don't go there to bring it.
Okay. If you want to control the market and keep it out of neighborhoods, what do? Give them a place to actually buy the shit, right? That's Baltimore, okay? That's the south side of Chicago, okay?
My problem is niggas don't deal with fentanyl like that, so they ain't really got nowhere else really where to go.
But they will sell it though.
Exactly. But let's keep it a buck, nigga. This is a reverse Oreo type situation. The niggas at the top put it in. You feel me? The black niggas buy it. They sell it to the dumb white niggas at the bottom.
No,
and it is what it is.
You're not thinking. The thing is, I don't want it in my neighborhood, right? But they're gonna buy it anyway. Where do I put it?
In the black community.
In my community, because we don't care about them, do we?
Nope.
Whatever. We don't use it, but guess what? We shoot each other over the money, right? That's what a violent.
Yeah. And so at the end of the, but even then, like, we don't use it to shoot, like, to the extent it's not working, because they're the main ones buying it. So they can put it in the black community, but again, that's their crack. So and you got to understand how, well, you understand, but how they get hooked on it. This goes back to what you was talking about with the ADHD and the drugs, and they get hooked on it for pain. This is another reason why they trying to legalize weed, to make that an alternative.
Yes.
So and that's another thing. You need the biggest drug dealers of fentanyl is the pharmaceutical companies. And so, like,
they were. They're not anymore.
Oh yeah. So I mean, it's not, and so that kind of, let's put it on the Negroes. That don't even work like it used to anymore, because at some point you can just wreck the black community. Has been wrecked pretty much as bad as you're gonna wreck it. So
why do you think Trump went after three things: the immigrants and fentanyl? Okay, right off the bat when we first got in, first two things. Why do you think?
I mean, everybody thinks Trump does everything is chaos. It looks like chaos, but it's not chaos. Yeah. It's just he's being sloppy about how he's doing it, but part of that could be just the cost of doing it fast.
Yeah, it is. It is. He put Canada and Mexico on notice. Okay, you stop this shit, otherwise it's actually gonna wreck your economy. That's what he said.
Yeah, you're gonna stop pumping this poison to our people.
And guess what? Fentanyl deaths are down. Okay, this year so
good,
far, way down,
and they should be happy. People should be happy, but they sitting here talking about, like in my ethnic studies class, niggas are talking about, oh, Trump is a dumbass.
The media typically doesn't even cover fentanyl like that, and the damage.
The what?
The mainstream media, the damage is for the most part already done. But yeah, they do need to stop the bleeding. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this, Edmund. I had a buddy. I won't say that.
We got about 2 minutes, and I'm out of here. Okay.
I'm gonna say. I had a homie, what they did with fentanyl is they touched the richest man's favorite drug, coke, man. And when you touch that, and think about it, there's bankers, there's so many people with money behind that, and now they can't use their favorite drug. You know, they used to, like, you know, you had Joe Biden, what is it, lock blacks up, no, you know, with the crack thing, whatever, but now they can't touch it. Fentanyl could be cut into it. You mess with the money, man. You mess with the rich man's, the wealthy, the billionaires' drug.
You know how much it costs to make a kilo of fentanyl? How much it costs? It costs $2,000 to make a kilo of fentanyl. $2,000 a kilo. How many doses that is? It's like 20 million doses. Okay, from $2,000.
A grain could kill like an elephant.
It's way worse than crack in that way.
Yeah, it's so cheap, it's ridiculous. That's the problem with fentanyl.
And then you're dealing with like cultural. Then you're dealing with a cultural decay. Then you're dealing with an economic decay. Then on top of that, then you're dealing like in these local zones. I mean, like, my thing is, I'm pretty indifferent. I'm indifferent to it, with the exception of how much, if the whole country goes down, it can drag everybody. But it's just like, you know, because at the end of the day, white people can only look at themselves in the mirror for this. So this is their fault when nobody did. Well, I mean, even if you try to blame the Chinese, I mean, technically the Chinese can kind of say, well, fuck you. It's called the Opium Wars. And at the end of the day, they could say the same thing that white people say to black people. Nobody's making y'all actually give that to your own people, you know. So other than clashing the whole country, I'm pretty indifferent to it.
Have you noticed that black women stopped standing up for white women, all this shit has changed. You don't hear the black talk no more.
What do you mean? Why?
What do you mean by that?
The shit your black ass down shit was the march, okay? Black women start shutting their fucking mouths about this shit, okay? Guess what happened?
About the fentanyl, or are you talking about just stuff in general?
Everything, right? Now white people have to deal with their own shit.
Well, yeah, because black women are trying to act like they can reset history by being quiet for once, and then try to come back. And I'm sure they'll come back with the pro-black talk. Like, actually, before I let you, I want to throw this in there. Did you see Shay Shardae's video with? I'm sure you're aware. Dr. Tiasan Johnson and fucking Harriet. Well, what do you think about that?
She's right. Okay, she's right. For hair is full of shit. Okay.
Wait, what's going on, BGS? I'll share it in my. It's a post that Shay Shardae did, basically with Dr. Tiasan Johnson and Kim Foster for Harriet
about black boys going to education and going to fucking college. Okay.
Yeah, and I I went off kind of on SWP because he was trying to do what Mr. Z typically. The difference between Mr. Z and SWP is Mr. Z doesn't blame black men for their bullshit. Versus SWP, I agree what I agree with. I don't what I don't. But SWP has this thing where he like empathizes with these chicks too much, and I'm like, yo, Kim Foster is the fucking enemy. She doesn't want to be black. She hates the situation she's in, and she's willing to burn. Like really, even having this conversation, there's nothing good. If you actually care about a black community, this is not a chick that is gonna say anything good in regarding to that. And so trying to understand her is kind of fucking relevant.
She didn't get the upscale black man of her caliber that she wanted. That's her problem.
And she was never going to. The reality, the thing is, white supremacy is not the reason why she didn't go ahead.
It doesn't make her happy. Okay, that's why she strikes out against us. Okay.
Yeah, it's the same thing with character. Like they have these jihads that they go on, and this is what I will say to the purple pill guys. A lot of the women like Dee Dee and Shay Shay, y'all it's funny because these people will say the red pill is the problem, right? The red pill is the problem. We're the guys that actually want to solve the problem. Well, you all have something that when we were coming up, we didn't have. You all have a very strong space of females that are actually calling this shit out. Why don't you partner with them? Like even a guy like Media Man that tries to go out of his way to say he's not red pill, that's fine. Why the fuck are you not partnering with these people? Your channel's big enough to where you have that. I call it the Black Female Accountability Department. You actually have that market. It's a whole bunch of channels now.
So why does he have red pill content if he's not red pill?
Exactly. They all do it. And it's like, my thing is, you have a market that y'all didn't even have before. You can partner with them chicks and then diversify your audience. That's really what it's really about. It's really about a bag.
Edmund, man, the laws ain't changed, man. All that chick talking. We've seen women with hundreds of thousands. I asked brothers this. Name one female channel where they did a change.org for any damn law. Not one. All that talking don't mean nothing.
The women that changing laws are not online. Okay, they're in Congress.
Yeah, and I mean in that way, it's not like it. Yeah, the point. Okay, so the thing about it is, number one. Those guys don't even claim red pill anyway. They're all like OB, like we need to talk. They're purple pill anyway. So this is not me telling red pill people they need to support female channels. These are people that already occupy a space where men and women have to be in it. My thing is, this goes even back to the Felicia Rashad. These dudes are not going out of their way of even the women that are saying, quote unquote, the right things. They are not supporting these women. What they're doing is they're saying we are bad and we are extremists, while they don't even occupy the shit that operates within their own doctrine. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, good. Let them keep saying it. Let them spread it. Let them spread it because they spread
it. So if you're saying that we can talk this out and do the solution, then it makes, if you believe that, then it makes sense for you to partner with channels when they're there. Because when we were coming up, those channels didn't exist because those women would bully them off of the internet.
That's the difference. So this is how I know they're kind of full of shit.
They
because
are.
even for the Jews that try to act like they're solution oriented, that's obvious. But anyway.
The women simp hunting, man. It's making that money off these.
Charles, you got 2 minutes, man. You're late. You got 2 minutes. Charles, you got 2 minutes.
I appreciate you.
He-Man on the panel.
I'm gonna hop it off and I'll play.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm like almost 5 hours in. Charles, you got 2 minutes.
Charles, unmute yourself.
Brother He-Man, we waiting for you. Strong brother.
We can't hear you, fam.
Okay, man. All right. He ain't ready. All right. Fire up your own stream, Charles. I'm getting ready to get out of here.
Smoking up a cigar.
Well,
right.
BGS, have a good night. Have a
Yeah.
happy Easter to one and all. And by the
BGS.
way,
Go ahead, real quick, man.
I'll make it quick. 'Cause I know you read a lot of stuff. You know about the old American gangsters like Bump Johnson, them cats back in the day?
I've heard of them. I've seen the movies. I've read some of the.
I
some of
wonder,
the accounts.
is the reason why him, because he in particular gangster in the East Coast, he never wrote about himself, but his wife did recently.
Because he couldn't read.
Oh.
Oh, goddamn, BG.
Wonder why that was.
That's something I did not know that. Okay.
I wonder why that was.
So they're talking about poems and stuff, but if you can't read, how you write poems?
No, you could tell a poem. You don't need to write a poem. You can tell it.
Yeah, you can speak it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I ain't write a
you
book.
You got people who are dyslexic who, they compensate for the inability to read by listening and having photographic memory.
What has Bumpy Johnson ever wrote?
BGS, you wrote "I'm a Pusher Man." You remember that record?
Nigga,
that was Curtis
nigga,
Mayfield.
I'm a pusher, man.
That's Curtis Mayfield.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Anyway.
So I don't know about what about Bumpy Johnson?
No, I was watching the Hoodlums. And I remember they had a TV series that I don't know if they canceled it. And I'm thinking when I was just like Googling.
Godfather Harlem.
Yes. When I was Googling, I know there was a book dedicated by his lover.
Yeah, his wife. Yeah.
About his life. And because movies always depict fantasize about these characters, but no one really knows until someone knows the person.
In the movie, do you see him pick up a book?
Nah. Well, actually, I think in the TV series, he had some book.
He wasn't reading. Okay.
But if he can't read, then I take your word for it. Makes sense.
R. Kelly is illiterate. He's functionally illiterate. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of the greats can't read and write. But wait, how long did it take? Fucking what's his face? Not Morgan Freeman, but Frederick Douglass. How long did it take him to read?
He was a
teacher.
He was the son of the slave masters. His father taught him to read. Okay.
Okay. My bad. But plenty of niggas can't read.
Drumline.
Just like what's his name? Booker T. Washington, right? Son of a slave master. This way he can read. Okay.
Yeah, because he's part white.
He's part white. Yes. Anyway,
that's why the HBC was designed for them, for the big kids. But anyway, it looked like you're tired. BGS. I'll probably.
It's almost 5 hours, man. You'd be tired too.
Shit, I'm tired. I'm feeling it. So I know if I'm feeling it, I'm 23. Yeah, BGS definitely he up out of here.
Yeah. So anyway, y'all got you guys got your closing thoughts in?
Yes. Just hit that Kobe Bryant, mama.
Okay.
All right. I'll just say thank you again.
Thank you, man, for dropping in.
For you know how it is, man.
I'll talk to you on Sunday, man, behind the wall. Okay.
Yeah, I still appreciate you. Appreciate what you do. And the beads are the beads. So. And this is not money, by the way.
Riri, man, Riri, okay? Like come Riri, okay? Like so.
Now.
You got a minute. You got a minute. You got a minute, man. Go ahead.
Now,
1 minute. 1 minute.
Since BTS is doing a live, which is rare, on a Friday. I like to say, number one, can the church say woo? 1, 2, 3.
And now you got 40 seconds, okay?
Guess what? I'll make it all count. That's what she said.
Okay.
Stand ready for my arrival, worms.
You have committed a
Type
great
shit. I'm gonna say this. Once again, when people think that this manosphere shit, I don't live and breathe. Oh, you ride that motherfucking Corvette like it's supposed to be. You don't ride a Corvette the fucking speed limit, motherfucker.
You think Charles ain't in the car? Charles might have let you go though.
See, once again, I had a beautiful woman come out to the cigar lounge with me that my boy put me on, who's a cop. And she fell victim to this. Number one, you've been chasing Superman all day long, not noticing Clark Kent been in the Daily Planet with you this whole time.
The whole time, okay.
That's gold right there.
This Crown Apple Royal.
You and Artie Whitmore, okay? Crown Apple.
I'm gonna tell you one thing about it. Look, she thought that I was overweight and out of shape, but guess what? Look, you see that? That's the Rock of Gibraltar.
Until she touched it, right? So, oh my.
Yeah, that's twice. But anyway. See, it's one thing when I wear dress clothes. You may not like the dress clothes, probably because it's a class difference for the birthday party. But when you came out here, you saw me looking like 43, looking like I could go back and fucking go to the Olympics. And I proved to her the same thing I tell every black woman. No matter how much overtime you do, how can you out-earn a motherfucker that can people watch and make $80,000 just watching people in the fucking Apple store during security?
Yeah, you cannot. Okay.
Not on top of that, that's not even including my fucking VA disability. By the way, that's not even including the money I make from my business. When people say make 6 figures, I've literally made more money in one day. Matter of fact, I made more money in 2 hours than most people will ever see in their fucking life.
Okay.
Have you ever seen me brag about that?
No, sir. But you got about 30 seconds now, sir.
The beautiful thing about it is that I tell every woman, and you know, the realest, even though me and my mom may have issues, but I still give respect to my mom and dad for these reasons. Guess what? Charles, we never raised you to be henpecked. And we're going to tell you some real business. Getting the news. Keep on using me. I'm sorry. That's all I'm saying. But I'm focused. But I'm going to say this. The greatest lesson that they ever taught me is that pussy is not rare.
Yeah.
And I was like, what you mean, Ma? Son, there's more of us than you. Take that what you do with it.
Yeah, and you ran with it.
And I run with it. Nigga, I was flying.
Just lying. Like Superman.
And this is the funniest thing about it. When I was listening to the Felicia Rashad part.
Last thought. I'm going to close. Last thought. Go ahead.
Stop thinking, if Felicia Rashad couldn't check these bitches, what good are you, my nigga?
Yeah.
Stop trying to fucking win a losing battle.
Find other bitches, yeah.
Well, find other bitches. I can't wait till black men in unison say to black women, what consequence are you to me now? That's the ultimate goal I want black men to say. What consequence are you to me now? You shitted upon me. You said that I wasn't a good father, and we went out of our way for 4 decades to prove you wrong.
All right, Charles. All right, Charles. All right, we got to go. Okay. All right.
Okay, sign off.
All right.
What can I say? Mamba out.
Музыка Денис Шеда.